Okay. This is like episode 6 or something like that of Up and Away, a Star Trek Adventures campaign. We are missing one player tonight, and that's going to be okay. This is kind of a bit of a downtime session, so we're just going to do a quick recap because it's been a minute. So, what had happened as of last time is on the return of the USS Carthage to a starbase, I can't, 47, 11, one of the two. Um, you had come into contact with a derelict Klingon ship, and in your research, you had determined that it appeared that it had been destroyed by Federation weapons, so photon torpedoes and laser banks with the signatures of Federation technology. You had decided to go and investigate. During the investigation, you trekked across the hazards of this badly damaged ship and finally came to a engine room or a not really an engine room, you weren't exactly sure, and there was a human man appeared to be downloading some data. When you attempted to stop him, particularly Lieutenant Yero and Commander Vijana, you were able to get the data. However, during the struggle, Yero was transported away to another ship that had just come out of a cloak, which was a Romulan bird of prey that was circling the Klingon ship. To follow, a pitched battle, space battle, occurred between the USS Carthage and this ship, with the lieutenant on board the Romulan ship and fighting her way to the transporter room and eventually off the ship back to the USS Carthage, as the USS Carthage was victorious in causing the Romulan ship to flee and cloak. In the meantime, you did learn that this data that was uploaded was actually Klingon cloaking technology, which now you are actually in possession of. However, you were ordered to delete this information on your way back to the starbase. So, you have arrived, let's say an hour ago or so, with the crew, and you have been given a message from Starfleet that the Admiralty wishes to see Captain Conroy, Lieutenant Yero, and Lieutenant Dell specifically. Vijana is staying on the ship, conducting, repairs and such. And let me get you guys real quick. You guys can roleplay as you get back to the station.
So I'm guessing we're taking like a little, like a runabout to get to the station itself?
You would actually...
Oh, we're just direct dock.
Yeah, you would dock.
I don't know. I don't think David McLean's working on this one because I can see everything.
Okay, just give me a second.
There.
There's not much surprises there.
So we're on the station currently, and we're just like heading to the meeting room.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Dell walking by your side, by Yero's side, would put a sort of a friendly smile up and say, "Well, that was pleasant. We didn't have to beam over at all."
She nods and says, "Yes, I'd much prefer not having to be constantly beamed back and forth again."
Can you guys see anything?
No, I don't think our tokens have sight.
Well, they should, but
make sure that the map is on daylight mode instead of, because you have to turn that on.
Global illumination. Oh, I turned on the... Wait, what the hell? is wait.
It's under the dynamic lighting
Oh,
stuff.
it was
You have it on.
hold on,
You have to make sure that daylight mode's on as well, because
did they
I can only
switch
see
did they
darkness.
switch from
I think
LDL
they
to
switched.
UDL?
Yeah, I think so.
They actually went ahead and did it, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Hold on. Well, that's not good. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Now
It's
I can see
still,
everything.
yeah.
What the heck? Hold on. You should not be able to see that. Just bear with me just a second here.
I use 2 advantage to be able to see everything.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't really matter, but
I mean,
That is
it
a
should look
big
something.
starbase.
It should look something like this in your page settings.
let's see. Yeah, I just don't. I don't have LDL on or UDL on. I guess
It should have already switched over.
no. There's a advanced legacy and setting where you can turn it on, but oh, I fucking hate Roll20 right now.
Yeah, I don't know if you have
Daylight mode
to,
is on.
and then just make sure like the actual tokens
Well, the
themselves.
tokens are probably busted
Like
because
the token setting under dynamic lighting, make sure that token vision is on. Like you have to double click the tokens and like go into it that way.
yeah, it's because
They don't need night
my
vision.
setup is not set for this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'll do it by hand. I think you can see.
We got it now. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody should be able to see. Okay. All right. Before I forget, hold on. I'll just clip this off the video. But all right. Sorry.
We're
Yeah.
good.
So, you walk out of your ship, which is physically docked, and you head towards basically out of the docking area and into one of the long hallways of the actual starbase. There are terminals where you can find where to go. I would assume at least the captain has been here before. Perhaps the rest of you have as well. This is, I would say, you definitely have, since this is probably where you disembarked from your maiden voyage. So, and now my music's not working, of course. So, go ahead and just role play amongst yourself as you make your arrival.
Yeah, and Yero looks over to the captain and says, "So we've given all the information in our our updates to Starfleet. I'm not exactly sure why they wish to speak in person."
I'm not either, but the Admiral requested the three of us come, and it may just be a particular thing that he does. A debrief, perhaps. It's a style of leadership.
Well, I won't question it. Feels it's necessary. I guess it is.
I'm sure it won't take too long.
I do hope we have some time to explore the ship or the station afterwards. How long do you think repairs will take on the ship, Captain?
I've been given an estimate.
A couple days. You were lightly damaged, really. Not too much.
We'll have a few days, from what I understand, so if you have anything you wish to see here, I suggest you make the most of it while we have time away from the ship.
Are you giving us some shore leave time, Captain?
Of course. It's rare to come by, and after the last mission, I think everyone could use some.
She nods and she kind of turns to look at Dell and she gives him a smile.
Dell smiles back.
As they're kind of walking to, she regards Lieutenant Dell and says, "Oh, Lieutenant, have any of your previous hosts been to this particular starbase before?"
Yes, they have. Statistically speaking, many of them were explorers. Maybe that's why it was seen as a good match to pair them with me.
All the hosts, explorers.
No, not necessarily. Why do you ask?
And she shrugs and says, "Oh, I'm just curious, really. I think you're one of the only trill that I've got to associate with for a slightly extended period of time. It's always good to ask questions when you can."
Of course. Information eventually leads to, hopefully, wisdom.
Exactly.
If you'd like, one of my previous hosts, Bandel, was a deep space explorer captain. There are some great stories from that time.
I would very much enjoy to hear some of those stories, Lieutenant Dell.
Great.
Maybe
Looking
if some of
forward
our
to it.
maybe if some of our shore leave lines up together. I hear there's a fairly decent restaurant on the promenade.
I agree. I believe I might have been there once or twice, but ownership changes. So does the menu.
I hear it's a Klingon restaurant now.
Great. He actually lights up as you say that.
She chuckles a bit.
Captain, will you be joining us?
I certainly don't see why not.
The lieutenant looks over at the captain, says, "Yes, it'd be a very interesting experience to head there afterwards. As long as the debrief isn't too..." She seems to debate for the right word for a few moments. Antagonistic.
I doubt it. Again, it's likely just a formality. Debrief, I would expect. It's in-person type of thing.
Of course, Captain.
Yeah, you continue to head towards the Admiral's office. This is Admiral Evek, the Vulcan Admiral that you have been in contact with. This is essentially Captain Conroy's direct superior. And you walk to the door. The door is currently closed, and there is a secretary outside, and she looks up to you. "Ah, Captain. Captain Conroy, I assume?"
I believe we're here for a appointment with the Admiral.
"Ah, yes. Let me make sure that he is ready." And she buzzes a buzzer on her pad, and he responds, "Yes, send them in." And the door slides open, and you can go inside here. Seated in the chair is the admiral, and he looks up as you enter and waves you in. "Ah, yes, Captain. Lieutenants, please take a seat."
Acknowledges and take one of the chairs.
Well, you certainly had quite an adventure for your maiden voyage.
Yes, one thing after the other, but this comes with the territory, I expect.
Well, you could be sent simply doing planetary scanning, as we had sent you off. It is my experience that humans and others crave more adventure than simple, mundane tasks such as that, if they can help it. Is this the case for you, Captain?
I intended to do as I was ordered. There were certain things unpredictable things, Admiral, that transpired. I made the best of the situations that I thought I could. If it was only to go do a scan and nothing else had come up, I brought back a very boring scan report. But as it is, twists happened. I had to make the best of the situations. Try to, anyway.
Yes, well, let's talk about that then.
Of course, and he straightens up in the chair, realizing this debrief might be exactly as Yero described it.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe Yero, I think Conroy maybe feels it, but Lieutenant Yero just, looks towards the captain and then glances towards Dell with a bit of a "I told you so" look.
Well, he says, "Here is where we're at, Captain. We have reviewed your logs, and they appear sufficient. I would like to talk about some details, however. Can you please tell me how this Ensign Z was able to obtain access to the primitive folks, the Ponar?"
Conroy nods and he looks to Yero. Security Lieutenant, I believe you have a full report on this. I'm going to go over with the Admiral here, if you would.
She nods and says, "Yes, of course." And she pulls out a data pad, and she'll reference kind of the star date and the entry number if the Admiral would like to pull it up.
Yeah, he's following along.
Yeah, and she'll go over kind of the details. I don't fully remember all of them, but I think it was that he had accessed a computer terminal inside of Medbay, and he had contacted the planet from there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so hopefully Yero will kind of go over, the finer details and everything, but in general, she just says Ensign Z had taken it upon himself to contact the planet. He had taken matters into his own hands, deeming that the salvation of oh goodness, out of character, I don't remember.
I believe they're called the
flippin' names.
Pochai and Molda.
Pochai.
It's a Pochai and the Molda.
Yeah.
Pochai, yeah.
The
That's-
Pochai, yep.
yeah.
Feeling that the liberation of the Pochai, who are enslaved by the Modar, raised above the primary directive. Gotten access through the medical facility while we were in the midst of dealing with the Pochai, who were panicked, rightfully so, as they did not want the rest of their people to be enslaved any longer. Though Ensign Z's actions deliberately went against Starfleet and many of the things that he said that I have detailed in the report to attempt to escalate the situation and attempt to aggravate one such as I. He seemed to be doing it from the heart. I do not fault him for his attempts, though violating the Prime Directive, of course, goes against Starfleet. So, like I said, everything else is detailed in my report as to what happened.
It is my own opinion that this is not a clear-cut case of a Prime Directive being broken, not at least by the captain. But contacting the surface, yes, that is a grave mistake by the ensign. But it had already happened when the captain did his part. Well, what would you say, Captain? What is your recommended punishment for the ensign?
I don't believe he is evil. I believe that he had good intentions, but he did not understand the ramifications of his actions. I do not think he would be fit for further service in Starfleet, though perhaps some kind of rehabilitation, re-education, helping him understand the fault. Perhaps he could be applied to a civilian sector. He had talents. His mindset was not compatible.
Well, we can drum him out of Starfleet, or he can go to prison. From what you are saying, I believe you are leaning towards the first option.
Yes. Again, I don't think that he did anything out of malice. It was misguided altruism. Someone like that could be of value in a civilian setting, where there's not any gray areas about decision-making, where there doesn't have to be a question, where they don't necessarily have to follow orders of this nature. A simple medical clinic, he could be a useful asset, but out here, he kind of gestures to wherever there be a window space. It's already been shown that he'll cause issues if the decision of his superiors goes against his own moral code. And someone like that, there are limits to the things that they can say, they can do. And when they break those, what happens, happens.
Very well. I will recommend it to the judiciary. If you could please write up your own recommendation, Captain.
I'll deliver it directly to you.
Very good. Well, you will be happy to know that the crisis has been averted. The diplomatic corps has reached the Pochai homeworld and has been able to broker a deal between the Pochai and the Modar. Otherwise, it would have come to a civil war.
It's heartening news. I had expected to leave the system and leave an entire planet in tatters, but I'm happy that it came to a better resolution than that.
Well, it was not our ideal situation to make first contact, certainly. But what's done is done, and hopefully we can bring them to the 25th century with some grace.
Yeah, Conroy nods.
And as he's sitting there, he taps his monitor for a few moments. Look, you can tell he's probably looking at a different file or something. And the door opens, and someone else comes in. It's another admiral, older human woman. She walks in and nods, and Ivik stands up. This is Rear Admiral Luger, Starfleet Intelligence. And she nods and simply stands. She doesn't. What is this song? Get out of here. Oh my god, hold on. She makes her way in. He says, Admiral Luger, Starfleet Intelligence. He's here to debrief you on the bird of prey. And she nods and she says, we're beginning to tow the ship in. I've read your reports. Lieutenant, this is... She looks to the captain. Captain, this is who you've recommended for commendations, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
She looks to Lieutenant Yero. Well, what do you have to say about your adventure on the Romulan ship?
And Yero shakes her head and says, it was not so much an adventure, but more of an accident. As we had attempted to disarm the Starfleet officer who was on the destroyed Klingon vessel. I had acquired the transporter that he had been holding as he attempted to transport back to the Romulan warbird, which we did not know was in the area at the time. I had grabbed onto it and had been transported instead of him, and had ended up on the Romulan warbird for approximately, was it like 2 hours of character?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. For approximately 2 hours before our ship was able to take down their shields and transport me back to the USS Carthage. I then took back up my position and we finished the fight victorious, of course, as we are still standing here. I had gotten into close proximity altercations with some of the Romulans on their ship and had modified their transporters in order to transport some of this staff within the cockpit into other parts of the ship, so they would have a more difficult time hitting the USS Carthage.
Well, that
I
seems
consider
like
it
a
lucky.
wise move that you have done. Skillful.
I attempted to transport myself to the main deck of the Romulan warbird to assist in further generating chaos within, so the USS Carthage could take advantage of the chaos. But I unfortunately am not quite as skilled as someone like some of our other engineers that are on the ship, or Lieutenant Dell over here, in operating a transporter. So I hid quite often within the warbird itself and took out patrols when I could find them.
Well, for someone who has no knowledge of Romulan technology, I would say you've done an adequate job, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Admiral.
What do you have to say about her performance, Captain?
Well, Lieutenant Yero was also on the away mission before we engaged in combat with the Warbird. So, we've been active for some time during this. the quick thinking and this will to survive, will to continue whatever mission at any cost, it speaks volumes to Lieutenant Yero's character. And beyond the missions, her conduct on the vessel, though we had not been together very long, has been admirable.
Well, as you know, Captain, Lieutenant Yero was once Lieutenant Commander Yero. But we will take this recommendation into account. The Admiralty Board will review what has happened and come to a decision. But before that, we want to talk more about Lieutenant Michaels, your other captive. It does appear that what he told you about his brother is true. There have been some ships going missing near the neutral zone, and of course we had suspected the Romulans, but now there's a tie-in with this man who was clearly in league with the Romulans. And we'll need to find out what they're up to. Lieutenant Yero, would you care for a temporary assignment?
If I may ask, to what?
To Starfleet Security?
Here on this starbase?
Oh no. No. Special assignment. Lieutenant Dell will also be included if you both agree, with the captain's permission. This will be done while the USS Carthage is in dock. Perhaps it will be in dock for a little while longer than it takes for repairs, but you will be reassigned once the mission is complete.
Does it mean like reassigned back to the USS Carthage after the mission is complete?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Lieutenant Yero debates for a moment and she nods and says, "Of course, I agree to this."
Lieutenant Dell?
Well, Rear Admiral, whatever I can do to help.
This could be a dangerous mission for both of you. And as such, Captain, I would hear what your thoughts are.
I am fully confident in the abilities of my crew and my officers, and if they wish to participate in this temporary assignment, then what kind of captain would I be to deny them the opportunity? I accept, I agree.
Well then, she looks to Admiral Ivik, who stands up and nods, and he actually walks out of his own office. Not obviously totally looped into what's about to happen. The Admiral nods. Good. You will take a freighter along the Romulan border. It is the intent that you will be captured by the Romulans. And there you will infiltrate their ships, steal whatever information you can, find any person that you can interrogate, and find out what they're up to out there.
I assume there's a further debrief on what exactly all the small details are, but overall that sounds something that is doable. She looks over to Dell and cocks an eyebrow a bit.
Dell almost grins and looks at Yero and then looks at the Rear Admiral and says, without someone so competent and now experienced as Yero, I might say no, but I think I'm in the perfect hands.
Well,
I'm not sure if as a player I express it, but it's supposed to be a compliment he's paying
right.
to Yero. Words are hard.
She nods. You will be joined by some other Starfleet security personnel. One's more suited for espionage. But, as I said, being captured by the Romulans is definitely risky. You may not escape this time.
And Yero shrugs and says it is expected on such a mission as this, but it sounds as though it is very important to Starfleet, and the outcome itself is extremely important to hopefully prevent a war. If we are not the ones to do it, it will be someone else's lives on the line, and I would rather risk my own than have it be someone else.
Very well. Captain, please choose someone from your engineering crew to go with them. Not Commander Slaw, please. He will be needed for repairs on the Carthage. If you can think of someone else, someone competent, that perhaps displayed some promise in your most recent encounter with the Romulans.
And Conroy will rub his chin a bit. Let me review the staff and go over some information from Commander Slaw. I'm still learning everything, everyone's service records on the ship. I will get an answer to you as soon as I can. Much before this takes place, of course.
Of course. Well, if you have further questions, please let me know. You may go through Admiral Evek to reach me. I will be on the station planning this sortie until you leave. I expect to do so in the next 48 hours.
Of course, Admiral.
She nods. We should take our leave from the Admiral's office.
Yero nods and adjusts her neck a little bit, relaxing her arms, and she'll begin heading out of the office.
She does as well, and she turns and nods. Captain, lieutenants, and she walks on down the hall as well, leaving the three of you kind of outside the offices. And go ahead and she walks away, leaving you mostly by yourself, so you can talk to each other.
You said 48 hours, right?
Yeah, she said 48 hours. That's what she said, yeah.
Yero kind of rolls out her shoulders a bit. Looks to Dell and looks to the captain. And says, well, it looks like I'll be leaving your service for some time, Captain. Well, both of us will.
Oh, well, it's for good opportunities. And of course you'll be going back, so no problem there.
Of course. She kind of pauses there for a moment, nods. And she says, if there is a possibility, of course, as there always is, that I do not return after this mission, I would like to let you know that you have been one of the more enjoyable captains that I've served under. And I thank you.
Conroy nods. Well, if that's the case, then I suppose I have to give you the order to make sure you survive and return. I need my security chief back on my ship, after all, before we disembark again.
Of course, Captain. I will do my best.
And that goes doubly for you, Lieutenant Dell.
Of course, Captain. Of course. Might I suggest during dinner that perhaps, instead of speaking of stories of the deep space, I recount some stories from Buritadel, one of my earlier symbionts who had experience dealing with Romulans.
Of course. That would be most informative, Dell.
There were some interesting social observations made at the time.
Oh. And she looks at the captain and says, "Are we on shore leave currently? Are we heading to the restaurant now?"
Given the circumstances, I think that would be appropriate. I'll put it in officially later.
And she kind of stretches her arms up and kind of cracks her back a little bit and says, "All right, let's go get dinner then." And she pats Dell on the back, and you can chat us all up about Romulans.
Dell points in the direction of the restaurant and goes, and then leads the way to the Klingon restaurant.
Yeah, you get to the Klingon restaurant and you see there's a couple Klingons there and some other people. They're eating those worm things that they eat. I don't remember what they're called. There's some sort of blood worm.
Gach.
Yeah. And unless you have anything else, that's what I got for tonight. Very short. All right, welcome to Blades and Blasters. This is Star Trek Up and Away. We have one new player with us for tonight, and probably tonight only, we'll see. Sim as Lieutenant Legasov, Matt as Lieutenant Yero, Raz as Lieutenant Dell, and Effie as Ensign Atkins. This is, there is an affixed video to the front of this of a mini session we had, and it will be added here, so please don't be confused. It is about 2 weeks previous, or I'm sorry, 2 weeks after that. And I'm going to read our intro for today. The mission: Bait and Switch. Primary objective: gather intel on missing ships and Romulan warbird in Federation space. Secondary objective: rescue captured Federation citizens. Tertiary objective: take Romulan prisoners. Lieutenant Yero, Lieutenant Dell, and Ensign Atkins arrived at Starbase 157 days ago. It has been a long 2-week journey. The USS Carthage has been repaired, or was being repaired, but before it would disembark again, a handful of her crew prepared for a dangerous mission. Given a small freighter, the team were to travel along the Quebec outpost and feign an emergency somewhere between Starbase 157 and 23. This was mostly unoccupied space, which had a high degree of piracy as of late. Federation command suspected the Romulans were evolved and may have direct correlation to the Romulan warbird deep in Federation space that you had found just recently. Joined by Lieutenant Legasov, the infiltration specialist from Starfleet Security, the goal was to draw out the Romulan aggressors and gather intel on the Romulans' plan. This plan was risky, as the freighter would be captured and the Starfleet officers must determine the best way to proceed at that point. They could be captured and taken to the Romulan ship, or turn the tables on the ship itself, but the details of their plan would be up to them and highly variable on what occurs. Alright. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me get that engine hum going. You are in the freighter, the USS Pluto, and you are flying between the 2 star bases. Let me give you kind of a view of where you are. Let's see, over here. These are the Quebec outposts, these little triangles. They're basically security outposts between you and the neutral zone. You have disembarked from Starbase 157 here and are heading to Starbase 23 here. You're somewhere in the middle here, just outside Dorlet, New Providence. There have been, as I mentioned, several missing ships, including the ship that was lost that contained the Mr. Michaels, I believe it was. So the Federation has sent you here to purposely draw out the Romulans to see what they are up to. So that's kind of spatially where you are. You've come from pretty far away, all the way over from, I believe, Starbase 11. Starbase 11 is over here. So it's taken you some time to get out here. And you know that now that obviously the Romulan warbird was quite a ways away from the neutral zone. You haven't heard anything more about that officially from Starfleet, as you have your mission to do, and you have been focused on that. So let me get you back over there. Any questions about that? Great. So you are on the bridge of the USS Pluto, and you are en route to Starbase, the Starbase 23. And I'll let you guys continue with any role play. Lieutenant Legasov, you have met him. You haven't talked to him too much before you set out. You just know that he is a security officer, what's akin to basically a spy.
Okay. Who's running the mission? Ultimately, who's accountable?
It would be Lieutenant Yero.
Got it.
Love it. All right. So I would say, Lieutenant Yero is kind of in the captain's chair, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Lieutenant Yero is going over kind of the various documents I may have, just going over, I would say, their cover. Reading over her own role in it, various roles of each person on the ship currently. There's, of course, a worry that the entire mission is going to go wrong, and that everything is, of course, going to fail. She is going to be ultimately responsible for any of the deaths that might occur on this mission. But she pushes that down. She knows that she has to, in this case, be a strong leader. This wasn't really the goal for Yero at any point in her career to lead a mission such as this, but it was necessary, and the crew seemed willing to follow her, so she was willing to lead it. Yeah, she just kind of sits and observes, making sure she keeps eyes on the readouts and whatnot, keeping eyes out for the Romulan warbird or any signs that it might be around.
Avery is at her station, and she's definitely trying to keep her nerves in check, but obviously on such a mission, and especially since this is her first endeavors entirely, she's pretty nervous about everything. But to keep her mind occupied and to keep focused, she's going over readings, basically more focused on like the ship status, how it's running, how the engine's running. Her focus is more on the ship side of things.
Dell is at the con, helping with piloting, and and science, and had shared before we left previous lives experience of Buritadel, who had actually been taken prisoner at a time by the Romulans, and eventually made it off that prison and back to Trail Space, and is not looking forward to getting captured again by the Romulans, but for Starfleet is willing to help out with the knowledge that Dell has to their customs, computer systems, some of their language, and that kind of stuff. So it's a little apprehensive, but overall confident that especially Lieutenant Yero will keep him safe.
Lieutenant Miles Groff is watching subharmonics on the screen and kind of just, looking around every once in a while, getting the scope of the people who you briefly has met, trying to figure out the, kind of who they are, being unfamiliar. Every once in a while he'll, adjust some of the sensors, and while the objective is to get caught, he knows it's not going to be the most glamorous spot to be in. So if there's a way that he could get around that, he would be more than happy to do so. However, his main mission is to gather intel, of course, and whatever he could gather from it would be fruitful, regardless of how he comes about it. But he knows he has to keep everybody else around him, on the same level. And he hopes that they, not knowing who they are, he hopes that they'll be there when he needs them to be, and he'll be there when they need him to be.
Yeah, you've been out of space dock for several hours, probably 8 hours by this point. You haven't noticed anything. You know, of course, that sensors cannot pick up a Romulan warbird that is cloaked, especially these systems. This is just a freighter with no real armaments. So if a warbird did engage you, there would be very little way to defend yourself, at least through the defensive systems of the ship. When you I guess the question is, are you guys just doing anything special, just kind of flying casual?
Actually, there's something that I wanted to know. If possible, if Dell could roll for this. Particularly because Yero was on the Romulan ship and she got to see a lot of their information, a lot of technology. She didn't fully understand it. It's not her specialty. But if it was possible beforehand, if we were able to learn maybe some of their command codes or something like that, any overrides. For Lieutenant Yero had the idea, if need be, to somehow set this particular ship, if things went bad and they just had to kind of get information and get out, is to set their ship up for like a complete shutdown, so they couldn't get anything back online, and basically completely switch crews, like use the transport, like the transports on the Romulan ship to get all of the Romulans off their ship and onto this ship, and we take their ship. Lieutenant Yero, that's kind of an idea. That's one of the plans, if need be, like a backup plan, is just like a switch, like a literal switch of ships. I don't know if that's possible or something maybe Dal would know.
I would say in part because you were able to transport people off their ship. However, they do know about that. So perhaps they've been changed.
Sure.
So I would say if the time comes, we'll figure that out. If it becomes germane, if that's something you possibly get access to, and we'll figure it out there. You don't have any specific knowledge of. You have the knowledge that you gained on their ship, but otherwise there's no other like just switch you can flip to do it. But if you're on their ship, you would have a chance to repeat your actions, and maybe with someone like Dell or Adkins, you might have a greater,
Yeah.
better chance and more impact if you do it. So.
Mhm. And I think after a few moments of Yero going over some of the notes and everything and making sure she has everything down and that they're, hidden in layers so it's not going to be obvious. She kind of gets up and she walks over to Ensign Atkins' station. Not like very close or anything, but she just politely kind of drop her voice a bit. She says, "How are you feeling, Ensign Atkins?"
Uh, um, I'm ready for anything.
And she smiles and says, "I know you're ready for everything, but how are you feeling?"
Well, I'm, I, I'm a bit nervous, if I'm being honest, but I promise you that's not going to affect my performance.
Yero smiles and shakes her head and says, No, I'm not worried about it affecting your performance or how the outcome of the mission is going to go. My main worry is just your own comfort with this mission.
Well, you know, sometimes we gotta put ourselves in situations that, might not be most comfortable, but that's how we learn and grow, right?
She nods and says, It is. I'm glad to have you aboard.
I'm glad to be here, ma'am.
She gives her a nod and heads back to her position at the helm, or at the captain's chair, sits back down. And she looks up at Dell and Legasov and says, Do either of you have any other questions before all of this begins, whenever that is?
Well, do we need to harm them? I'd rather not.
I would rather not as well if we need, but I would say just to be aware that violence is a possibility.
Of course. If we get separated, do our goals remain the same?
She pauses for a moment, thinks. Yes, the mission is of the utmost importance. We will attempt to find the people if we can, and rescue them. If it comes between rescuing a group and, for example, if I get trapped somewhere, I would like to ask and like to implement that you prioritize the group.
Noted.
But if one of you were to be separated, I would do whatever I could to get you back.
The beeping on Atkins' console kind of slows down as Lieutenant Yero basically says to, like, if something were to happen to her, don't come back for her. And she looks over at Lieutenant Dell and Lieutenant Legoslav to kind of see how they're gauging that command. And then she just kind of perks back up to her tasks and keeps quiet.
Lieutenant Legoslav is kind of listening, kind of looking down at his sensors. He kind of hears what he tells, Yero tells Dell. And, well, with all due respect, Lieutenant, I would be weird, comfortable trying to leave you there and I was skedaddled off. If anybody should be left behind, it should be me, so that way I can gather more information for Starfleet Command. In fact, maybe it'd be preferable to do so if it comes down to it.
And Lieutenant Yero, there's like a slight chuckle she gives and says, you do not have to compete with the nobly giving yourself up at all. But if you do believe that you would best serve to continue to infiltrate, if that is what you would like, I will respect your decision.
I do appreciate that.
Of course, Lieutenant.
Of course, yes, you're right. A race to the noble end is always a bad decision.
Yes, indeed. I believe in Starfleet there are many opportunities to nobly race to one's own end. I do hope that this is not one of those times for any of us.
Well, if we can help it, I would gladly like to see it avoided.
Indeed.
Can probably Dell give me a sensors? So basically, I would like you to roll probably a con science. Well, no, I'm sorry. Reason, control, or science. Reason, science. Let's do that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll click task, science, and then reason.
Yep.
Okay. 2d20. Does any of my foci apply?
No, I don't think you have sensors. Difficulty is 1.
Let's go.
Yep, good enough. You can go ahead and roll the Carthage too. It's not really the Carthage, but whatever. So do tasks, sensors, and then ship science.
Yep.
Okay, so you get a momentum.
I'll re-roll the third die that didn't roll, because that's
Sure.
one of my things. How?
How you could just roll.
Is it ZZZ re-roll d20?
Yeah.
Number of d20. Is that one?
That would be a success.
Because it's low, right? Low is good.
Yeah, low. So that's
Cool.
2 momentum.
Noise. I'll take those for us to use later.
Sweet.
Yeah, you
Or,
are getting you're getting on your sensor panel incoming transmission. You can tell that it is a repeated kind of automatic transmission. It's not directed at you specifically. It's breaking up, and it's only in text form. There's no audio, and essentially it is it's distress call for a ship that has been lost. You instantly recognize it from your dossier of this mission of one of the ships that was lost. It's coming about 3 light years away, closer to the neutral zone.
Okay. I'll say, Captain, I'm picking up a distress call of one of the missing ships. 3 light years towards the neutral zone. Could obviously be a trap, but obviously Starfleet doesn't ignore these.
Of course. I think this is exactly where we need to be, whether it is a trap or not. Good find,
Yes, it is
Lieutenant.
conveniently text only.
She again gives a bit of a laugh and says, "Of course. Please adjust our headings to head towards this. I would say everyone prepare to potentially be boarded or have our system scanned,
Aye,
just in
Captain.
case."
And then he adjusts the heading.
You head in that direction, and a little while after, you do see the, as you're probably in warp, and you do see, you probably only go warp 5 in this. You see the remains of a ship, partially damaged, just floating in space. Preliminary sensor scans does indicate it is the ship that sent the distress call.
We're approaching now.
On screen.
Yeah, you throw it on screen. Where's my I just, oh man.
We add one determination every session, or is it set
Yeah.
to one every
Yeah,
session?
It's one.
It's one. It's
Just
set to
flat
one.
one.
Set to one. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
There are some talents that give you more than one in certain circumstances. I think a lot of them come out of command. I don't remember exactly, but you would
No,
know
it's
if you
fine.
had it. Yeah. So you bring it up on the screen and you see this ship kind of floating aimlessly, rotating, and debris kind of littering the surrounding area, which you navigate through. You don't see anything else, or you're not overtaken by a Romulan warbird as you might expect just yet.
I'd like to scan for the source of the damage.
Sure.
Could be meteorite strikes. Could be Romulan weapons fire. Could be an internal explosion after some faulty engineering. Who knows?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a the same roll as you made, reason, science, and then the same sensors.
Okay.
mhm.
The other talent that I have is if I do repeat tasks, I continuously get better at it. So I add an
Perfect.
extra D20.
Perfect. Roll 3d20. You have 2 momentum in the pool if you would like to use it.
No. I don't need that.
Damn.
And then add the Carthage. Add the
Pluto.
dog. What was the dog's name? Pluto.
Mhm.
Dog.
See, obviously went with the dog, not the X-planet.
Yeah.
It's a bounty hunter here.
Like that. Sensors. Science. That one didn't come up, so I'll re-roll it. Maybe it comes up now. I don't know if a 14 is under. I can't
It
tell
is
you.
not. It's 12
Cool.
for that. For them. So that's 4 successes. Difficulty 1. What would you like to do with those successes? The momentum you generated. You can do obtain information, additional information. That one, etc. You could bank it.
You could give me the information I get for 1, and then see. I can see how good that is, right? And then ask you for more.
Yeah. The
Like the base success.
base success
this?
is it was definitely damaged by weapons fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, that's where you're stopping.
Yep.
Okay. Is it then? I'd spend 1 to find out if it was Romulan weapons fire.
It is not. You recognize it right off the bat, actually, as the same signatures that
Fake
you had
Federation fire?
Yes, that you had seen before.
I'll report that. I'll say like, Captain, this looks like the same fake Federation fire we saw on the previous ship. Consistent with our readings then.
Of course.
And then I'll add 2 remaining momentum to the pool.
Yep. You got
Because
4
I'm
minutes.
filling that pool for Yero to punch someone through the wall.
Hey.
What happened? question. So regarding how, because we're not gonna go on to the. I don't know if we're gonna go on to the ship exactly.
It's your decision.
What would be, because we're trying to pretend to be like freighter, like, freighter employees sort of thing. What would be the appropriate thing to do in a case?
Process.
Yeah. What would be
protocol
the
is probably the right word,
Thank
right?
you. Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
the
yeah.
proper protocol to go with this? Would it be that the freighter captain contacts Starfleet, like,
Could
and
be.
just make it?
I think
Yeah.
by the rule it would be to try to contact Starfleet. Now, some freighter captains might try to salvage it, salvage things on there.
Ooh.
It's kind of but the law would be to report it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. What would Yero do? No, she wouldn't. She wouldn't take it. That's against her principles. So, so she would say, Lieutenant Dale, if you could send a communications to Starfleet regarding the finding of this particular ship, make sure it's sent using the communication frequencies from freighter to Starfleet. In case there is a Romulan ship in the area, we want to appear as though we were following proper protocol.
Of course, Captain. I'll compile the message right now.
Thank you.
Can you give me another reason? It's different tasks, but same for besides sensors. You're going to do reason and science, and then you're going to do probably you're going to do. Is there communications? Yeah, communications, science for the ship.
Oh, sorry. I had canceled because I thought, oh no, it's the wrong one.
Oh yeah,
Okay, so reason.
Sorry.
Yeah, reason, science.
Difficulty is 2 on this.
To properly formulate this communication.
We'll see.
Okay. I do have etiquette as a focus.
No,
As in
that's not
Bummer.
No.
Alright, that's that. And then the ship itself is... You said something else. Science communications, I think it was.
Yep.
No, there is no communications under...
So click on the Carthage, do task.
Oh, I start with
communication.
communications.
Yep,
And then the other way around, science. Okay.
mhm.
What is that? That's bad. I'll
Communication.
re-roll that.
Oh, yeah, you can.
12
that
meets it,
is
right?
a success. Yep. So
Woohoo!
that is 1 to the pool. Lieutenant Dell, I'm gonna whisper you something.
What did I just roll?
Hmm?
What did I just roll then? Because you asked me to roll something, but I don't know if my character did something or is just passively perceiving something.
Yeah,
or...
he's passively perceiving something. I'm going to
Got it.
let you know what that is. I whispered you what you were deducing when you were sending that.
I look menacingly at Lieutenant Yero and I snicker. No. None of that happens. Essentially, there's maybe like a sound coming from the console, and then Dell sort of stiffens up a little and then turns the head around, looks at Yero and says, we don't have outbound comms, we're getting jammed.
And she frowns deeply and says, Ensign Atkins, do what you can. Work with Lieutenant Dell to try and get communications back online. I have a feeling I know what this is, but let us at least try.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can try with a, I would say a security and reasons test. Computer systems would apply. If you want to try.
Security and reason?
Mm-hmm. Difficulty 3.
Ooh!
Good. And then you can use task security, and then attribute will be reason as well. So if you just click on the Carthage and roll a straight
Oh, there it is.
Mhm.
A task reason.
Task will be
Task will-
security, and then is it security? No, hold on. I'm sorry.
Security.
I'm sorry. Task computers department security.
Okay.
You generated 1 momentum. Your pool is full. You are able to actually bypass the jam. You can describe how you do that.
And Atkins gets to work right away. It seems like these kinds of tasks are a little bit less nerve-wracking for her, and so she just calmly goes through it, fingers tapping lightly across the panel, and then finally it works, and she looks up to Lieutenant Yero. Communications are online.
Great job. Ensign Atkins, Lieutenant Dell, if you could continue on with the communications. Next, Lieutenant Legoslav, would you mind scanning the area for any potential ion storms that could cause something like this? And firstly, try to get us in contact with the ship in front of us, please. See if there's any life forms.
Understood.
Yes, Captain.
Yeah, you
So
can.
what order would you like to do any of this?
Yeah, I
'Cause
just,
I'm
I just, I
after
just
scan,
give you an
right?
overview of the ship in front of you at the very least. There's no response besides the automated SOS. You scan it, and there are life forms aboard. It appears there's maybe 3 life forms aboard that's still alive. It's hard to tell otherwise. You know that the crew, there's supposed to be something like 12 of them on there. There's no life support. There is limited life support, I will say, in that ship currently.
Okay. Well, whatever I find, I report verbally.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yero will look back to Atkins, just glance back briefly, and says, Ensign Atkins, do you think you can get a lock on those 3 life forms and have them beamed aboard?
I'll get right on it, ma'am.
Thank you.
What if they're Romulan?
That's
And Yero shrugs a bit, says, this might make it easier.
Fair.
engineering reason, please. Difficulty 2.
Ooh. Use that. We got so much momentum in the pool.
Yep.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Dell is the momentum battery, so just use him.
I forget how to use momentum. Hold on.
Well, in your case, it would
Del
be
better.
create the advantage, I think is what it's called, which is basically you add a d20 to your roll. So when you click the button, it'll ask you how many d20 it is. For 1 momentum, it is 3d20. For 3 momentum, it is 4d20, and for 5 momentum, it is 5d20. Difficulty is 2.
Yeah, we'll just go for 1 momentum to get 3d20.
Okay.
You said the task difficulties too?
Yes. Okay. You may also use the USS Carthage. You can use, I guess it would be task computers and ship engineering. All right, so you get your momentum back. And you are able to get a lock.
Right, so she taps on her console and then looks up to Lieutenant Yero. I have a lock on them, ma'am.
Perfect. Engage.
As you do engage the transporter, where are you transporting them?
Oh, that's a good question.
We don't have a med bay.
No, you have a car.
Do we have like a boop? Like, what's this?
That would be basically, I don't know, mainly a hallway with view screens and such, inventories and whatnot. Nothing secure. There's a lower deck below here that is all personal quarters. There's no brig. There's nothing like that.
Yeah, I think Yero, like, maybe before, once they find out, she will get up and she will begin, like, kind of making her way out there, and have Ensign Atkins just, like, beam them aboard there so maybe Lieutenant Yero can see how it's going. She will ask, Legasov to come with her. Just so it's not just me, you know.
Look at
On the other side there, so there's no crossfire of anything.
Yeah, she doesn't have any weapons. You see that Lieutenant Yero on her her right arm is not a meat arm. It's like a metallic arm that she has. But she doesn't have any weapons drawn. She is going to go into the assumption that these are Starfleet.
Yeah, as Atkins beams over the three individuals, they do appear in front of you. And as you kind of might have suspected, they are not Starfleet personnel or members of the Federation. They are Romulans, and they have their disruptor pistols pointed as they come in. And immediately as they see the both of you, they point to both of you, one at Legasov and two at Yero. Drop your weapons! Throw up your hands!
Yero will put up her hands, and she looks surprised at this turn of events. And she'll look at Legasov and say, "You heard them.
Legasov,
What do you..." Sorry, go ahead.
Never drew his pistol, so his hands are just... I mean, is this his phaser, so his hands are already up.
Yeah, one comes over to you and takes it off her hip. I don't know if Yero even has one.
Yes,
She does.
she has a phaser.
Yeah, they would come up and attempt to take them from you if you allow them.
She will, and she says, "We're just trying to help. What's going on?"
You're now our prisoners for breaking international law. And they don't explain it. One of them kind of spins you, and the door opens, and they push you through to the bridge. And one holds onto your shoulder, and the other levels his disruptor pistol at Ensign Atkins. Drop your weapons. Come away from the consoles. Do nothing, or we will shoot.
Ensign Atkins, as soon as the door opens and she sees what's going on, she spins around and she moves for her phaser, but then obviously in the current situation she ends up holding her hands up and looking to Lieutenant Yero kind of to see like if this is the plan. But
Yeah, she nods because the whole plan is to get captured.
So she'll then remove her phaser and step away from the console.
Del, what do you do?
Del calmly puts the hands up and then swivels around on the chair and remains seated.
One of them kind of steps over to the side, and this Centurion in the back says, "Follow me," kind of steps backwards, still having his pistol pointed at Yero, while the other one is also pointed at Yero from the side. Well, actually pointed at Del, waiting for him to come through. They're obviously trying to corral you into the other room.
Yeah, he'll do that. He'll do that.
Yero will carefully kind of step, and she says, "They were just investigating this ship while we were on the way to deliver cargo. I don't understand."
Give me a task command presence.
Oh lord, this is something I'm not good at. Alright. Why do I have to do this?
Well, you're the one talking. If it was the one with
I
infiltration
know.
over there,
So,
the one built
wait,
for this completely.
I'm sorry. So sorry, you said command person.
Yeah, or
Yep.
I would say security. I would let you do security presence.
Ooh.
I think that's fair.
Do love presents. Okay.
Difficulty 1.
Okay. I'm nervous about my own skills, so pool threat. I'm gonna use a momentum
Okay.
because
Understandable.
I have no applicable focus. Task difficulty 1. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Back in the pool.
Okay. Back into the pool. He nods and just says, "Just be calm and stay back." And so he gets everybody kind of into this room. The other, you don't know what happens as the door closes, but you're pretty sure that he goes to the con and the helm and begins piloting the ship. So what are you going to do in the meantime?
Oh, they don't have a ship nearby. Oh, that's even better. So Lieutenant Yero's kind of near this guy. She's got her hands up. And she's maybe looking towards the others a little bit. And she looks at the Romulan in front of her. She says, You don't have a ship nearby? Where are we going?"
I would say that's going to require another roll. Yeah, the same roll.
I don't know if intimidation would count.
And with you unarmed and then with disruptor pistols.
I mean,
no.
I've got 2 arms, but okay. I'm gonna use momentum for this because, What's the test difficulty?
2.
2, thank you. Yeah! Okay.
He just waves. He's like, "That's none of your concern. I don't speak to international war criminals." International, that's not probably the term. Galactic war. Yeah, I don't know. And he kind of points for you to back up a bit and smiles.
What are the others doing? She kind of looks around the room to see what the others are doing. What do they think, or maybe what their looks are?
Del has arms up looking at you.
Pretty much like Ensign Atkins is just, her hands are still up. She's looking at the other Romulans and kind of just like waiting for, Yero.
Legislav is backed up enough to try to keep the Romulan in his corner view, and he's kind of looking at the group, mostly at Yero, seeing what her next move is, and he'll give a wink if Yero looks at him.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So it seems confirmed that they don't have a ship nearby. It's just the three of them. Tet, how? Because I think Euro's definitely smarter than me. Would it be a good idea to just punch these guys out and interrogate them?
Hmm. Well,
I mean, for the mission.
I would
For
say
the mission.
give me a security what
Insight?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Cool. What's the diff?
You have to ask.
Probably
The
just
answer's yes.
one.
Okay. All right. 2.
Yeah, so you generate a momentum. You
Mhm.
think that it's possible that these guys wouldn't know all the intel you would need?
They wouldn't know.
Would not. Yeah, they could not
Okay.
be important enough, especially the Romulan bird of prey and so on.
Okay. So I think to signal to Legasov, just her intent, take like a step back. Still have her heads up. Says, I understand. All right.
The one of the centurions brings out some what would be essentially binders and begins to handcuff the 4 of you if you do not resist.
All right.
Oh boy. Well, Atkins is not going to resist.
Spicy. Yeah, neither will Yero.
Negaslav will, of course, let him.
Yep, same.
Okay. You let them handcuff you and kind of keep you back here. Let's see. Several hours pass. You're in fairly in discomfort back here, just kind of lying on the ground. The Romulans don't speak to you in any way. Now this one heads in here, and as he's going in, the door opens, and you might be able to hear something. Choose one of you and do a security insight roll.
Definitely not be me.
I mean, what about Legasov? What about you? Why don't you roll something?
Sure. You want to go down there, bro?
I mean, I'm good at it, but I mean, you haven't rolled anything.
And you have
Oh, yeah.
infiltration too, so you would have focus.
Mhm.
All right. All right. So am I rolling?
What did I say? Security insight? Yeah.
And dice pool. Oh, it's been a minute. What do I?
So you have 6 momentum in the pool. 2 is your normal one. If you want to spend 1 momentum, you can add another die, so that'd be 3d10. If you want to spend 3 momentum, that's 4d10, 5d10. 5 momentum, that is 5d10.
Gotcha. I'll use a momentum just to be sure.
Okay, difficulty 2. So you put 1 back in the pool, and then you have 1 more left. So you could do obtain information, which is basically you hear more. I'm assuming that's what you'll do. Otherwise, there's nothing. You'll lose.
Correct.
Whispering to you.
That's quite interesting. You'll see kind of Megasoft go a little wide-eyed.
So we're all like huddled in a corner, right?
Mhm.
Is the other Centurion like, I don't know, listening in on us?
He's kind of pacing around.
Mm-hmm.
I would say he looks bored.
Yeah, maybe when he's like a little bit away. Did we notice the look on like Asab's face?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, she'll kind of scoot a little bit closer to him, and she'll say, "What is it?"
Well, apparently we are to be used as test subjects. Paid for us.
There's a confusion on Yero's face. It says, "Test subject."
Yeah, that's about all I could get on it, but I imagine they don't fully know everything about what they're actually delivering us to.
Just a scowl that forms on her face at that. She looks to the others.
Did you cut off, or is that?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, she just looks to the others just to see their reactions. Sorry.
Atkins definitely has wide eyes, and she's like looking between Ligoslav and Yero, like, what did she? But she doesn't really say anything at first, and then she kind of just leans towards them and goes, "So, what's the plan?"
Hero Trex says, "Plan is still the plan. We need to find out what is going on and attempt to rescue as many individuals as we can. Fortunately, I don't think these people will be able to give us the information that we need, else I would have done something."
I'm guessing we're gonna have to go through being test subjects.
Oh, I do hope. I'm not good at being tested.
Oh, me either. I did not do well on my times tables when I was a kid, but
Yero kind of actually like laughs a little.
Well, if we could get to where they're taking us, and that's the spot where they're going to do the testing, if we could get a signal out to Starfleet, maybe we can avoid all the testing.
Maybe that's a good idea. If you can focus on that Ekasov, maybe getting to some sort of communications, sending out a distress signal. You and Lieutenant Dell could work on this. Maybe Ensign Atkins and I could work on being able to take over the transporters, find a bird of prey of our own, find as many people as we can, transport them over, escape that way. She looks to the others for opinions.
This spot
As a-
is-
As a player, I'm not sure I understand. Are we hoping to take over this ship?
No, not this shape. So what she's referring to is when we get there, wherever it is, there's most likely going to be other like ships there. Is like seeing if they have like a bird of prey there. Dell and Yero work on eventually maybe trying to find like a transporter if they can and round up as many like test subjects, I guess. Transport them onto said bird of prey. Lieutenant Dell and Legasov work on finding some sort of communications relay to get out a distress signal towards Starfleet for this particular base. Maybe put it on like some Bajoran wavelengths or something because they might not be testing for that, but I think Starfleet would. And just try to get like the SOS out there just in case, we fail or something happens. But if possible, get as many people onto the ship on the bird of prey as we can, take over the bird of prey if they have one there, and then cloak and fly it out. That is kind of Yero's plan. And I don't know if it's a good plan, but it's what I came up with.
You're the captain now.
I guess I am. No. She shrugs a little bit.
As you are being flown somewhere, you have no idea where. In a couple hours, you do notice a bit of a commotion. You kind of have the feel of a ship in flight, and you kind of know that you have dropped out of warp at the very least. You hear some muffled chatter from the cockpit, the bridge, and one of the Romulans comes out and he kind of waves you. Stand there. You're being transported off.
Yero just nods. Gets up.
And you are transported. No, not there.
Related transports, transport. Wherever we landed, we landed. I said wherever we land, we land. Can't change it.
Another happy land.
Splat.
The not there works for me.
You end up being transported directly into some sort of brig. There's a force field in front of you. There's 3 other people there. Couple older men, middle-aged man, and a young man. They're all kind of huddled in the back. And you join them inside. They all look up kind of surprised as you're transported directly in. You do notice the force field flicker a bit as you come in and out. You know enough about these things to know they wouldn't be able to do that without lowering it. So they probably lowered it and then transported you in and raised it pretty quickly after. These people don't look in the greatest of shape. They appear a bit malnourished, but no real injuries. You see that one of them has a scar on his forehead. This guy right here, a fresh one. It looks like he has been actually treated, medical treatment. So the wounded aren't. Whatever the wounded are, they're not left there to die or whatever. You do see outside of the brig, you see a Romulan stationed there, watching impassively as you kind of are secured. He kind of taps a few things on the console and looks down, almost ignoring you.
I think as soon as they beam inside through, she looks to them. I'm guessing none of them look familiar at all. I'd say she looks surprised, and she kind of comes over to some of the others. Like, if any of them are sitting, she kind of leans down a bit and says, "Hi, I am, you can call me Hova. Do you know what's going on here?"
Are you talking to anyone in specifically, or just in general?
Let's see, Romans. I don't know who's who. I'm gonna speak to the brown-haired boy.
Yeah, he has his hands kind of steepled. He looks up to you and then down. Well, not exactly. We're on a freighter out here, and probably 2 weeks ago, these Romulans hijacked our ship, flew us somewhere, and brought us here. There were a few more of us a while ago. They get taken out and they don't come back.
Hmm. Do you know if this is the only holding cell? Are there any others?
Well, I don't know. Everybody on our crew was in here. We were packed in here like rats. But it's now thinned out, well, for a while until you came. So I'm not sure. Maybe they took them someplace else to give us more room. I don't know. They've fed us some, treated our wounds. We tried to actually fight them off when we got captured, like fools.
Of course. Well, hopefully... No. Hopefully we can do something. Get you out of here.
How are you going to do that?
That is what we are still working on.
He looks at one of the older gentlemen next to him and kind of seems a bit surprised. Oh, okay. Well, I guess. And about that time, someone peeks their head in. You hear the door open, and a female Romulan looks, kind of walks up to the force field and looks you over. Well, they're healthy. Took them without a fight, I think. She kind of peers. Bajoran. Trill. She looks at Dell. This is going to be interesting. I wish there was a Vulcan. Oh well. We'll take what we can get. She pauses for a minute, and she goes back and says something kind of under the breath to this fellow, who calls in several other Romulans who become gigantic.
Big ones.
Yeah.
That's the
Look at
experiment.
those cheeks. Look at those
He's a
cheeks.
biggin.
They're so
He's a biggin.
peppy.
Is this
Love 'em.
is this incidentally a Starfleet picture, but we are actually in Romulan tech brig?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, cool. Because otherwise we might get advantages if this is Starfleet.
Yeah, it is not. It is Romulan. There was. Yeah.
Okay.
Dare you not
I-
find Romulan fucking...
Finding any Star
Right,
Trek
you're
art is
right.
almost impossible. I mean.
Yeah, they keep it under wraps.
So a few of them walk in, and the commander points to. Well, let's see who she points to. Eeny, meeny, miny.
I mean, Yero will try to be as obvious as possible to be...
Okay,
the
I'll
one.
give a 1d5. You get it on a 4 and 5.
Cool.
So, all right. No.
Fuck.
She says, that one, the dark-skinned one, bring her. And the force field comes down, and two of the Romulan Centurions come into the cell, pointing their disruptor pistols kind of at everyone. You there, come with us.
Yero will chime in and say, please take me instead. Don't take her.
They look to Yero and go ahead and give me a command presence.
I'll use a momentum for this
Let
one.
me grab the pool.
Go.
I don't want you taken. Yeah, let me know what the diff is.
The difficulty is going to be a 2. There's your pool is full.
At this.
No. Ah!
Oh yeah.
That was bad.
Yeah, he just kind of like shakes his head and says, "Get back!" And they wait for Atkins. What are you gonna do?
Avery's gonna look over at Yero, and just kind of shrug a little. See you on the other side. And she'll walk, or like just present herself.
Yeah, one of them grabs you by the back of the arm and leads you out. If you do not resist.
She's not going to resist, but she is going to look back at the others.
Yero looks very worried towards Atkins.
Definitely, there's fear on her face, but she just goes on.
They take you out of the brig, and then the force field goes up again, and we'll switch the scene here. How long have we been going? Okay, cool. We'll switch the scene as they lead Atkins out of the room, and we're gonna switch to that scene. Give me a second. Trying to grab all the tokens I want. Sure. Give me a sec. Ensign Atkins, you're led down this long hallway, and you go through various turbo lifts in silence. The commander and you have two guards stationed next to you. They both have their disruptor pistols out and pointed at you at all times. The commander walks into. Finally, you take a turn and you walk into this room. It's actually fairly simple, except in the middle of the room you do see kind of a table there, and on the table, it's a larger table, but on the table you see these various apparatuses. You can give me, let's see, it's gonna be probably reason, engineering, and no focus.
What's the difficulty?
The difficulty is going to be at least a 3. We will say 3. You do have 6 momentum in the pool. Let me grab the momentum thing.
Yeah. So I use 2 momentum.
If you use 2, you need to use at least 3 momentum if you want 4 dice. Just to succeed. It's up to you what you want to do.
Oh.
But that's how much
Okay,
that would cost.
I think I get you. So, like, in order to actually succeed on this, I'd probably need to use 4 momentum.
I don't know. So you have. So normally you roll 2d20. You have. You need a difficulty of 3, or it's a difficulty of 3. So you either need. And you have no focus. So you need to roll a 1 on one of your d20s at least to succeed. If you spend 1 momentum, you'll roll 3 dice. If you spend 3 momentum, you'll roll 4 dice. If you spend 5 momentum, you'll roll 5 dice. That's giving you more chances to succeed.
Okay, so it's 1, 3, 5.
Yep, 1 through 5. Mm-hmm.
Let's go with with 1,
Okay.
I guess.
Sure. Let's go ahead and roll 3d10. So each of them would need a success. And it was okay. So you got it. All right.
Wow.
Let me. I'm instead of whispering this, I'm just going to say it. So I just see if you remember. In the previous episode, you had found that the Klingon cloaking technology was being downloaded by a human, a human, and you were able to collect that information. Would you have looked at it? You had the opportunity, we'll say.
That's a good question. Because I think she might have.
If you work closely with Bravbagslal,
True.
who has taken you under his wing anyway, he was extremely interested in that stuff.
Yeah, and he was told to look at it too, so.
I don't know what you're
she-
talking about, GM. I don't know what you're talking about, GM. It's never happened.
Spoiler.
So you recognize some of the design properties of Klingon cloaking technology, only miniaturized. There's other cloaking. There's some that are foreign to you, but you kind of recognize some of that design only on a miniature scale. And the Romulans go over to this device, and it's basically these straps that go over your shoulder, and one that affixes across your back. And so basically it puts like this glowing circular ball thing in the front, like kind of in your abdomen area, and they begin hooking you up to this thing.
As they're doing that, Atkins, she every now and then her body will kind of shake with her nerves, and she'll look at Commander Shin. So, did you know that in the 21st century, humans actually would make their brows do just like yours? Like, shave off the little tail ends of our brows and we would just draw it in. That's how they did it back then.
She looks to you and says, "I'm not interested in any disgusting history of your insignificant species." And they clip the like a lead onto it, and she nods to the man behind her, and he hits a button. I would like you to roll me security, fitness, difficulty 3.
I want to use momentum. But this time 2. Wait, I have to use 3, right?
If you want to use 2 momentum, yeah. I'm sorry, if you want to use 2, if you want 2 extra dice, you need 3 momentum, yeah.
Yeah, 2 extra dice, 3 momentum, all right.
So you're rolling 4d20. Pretty sure you do not have focus.
And you said task difficulty 3.
Complication. So you looked at, there's like this very, very unpleasant feeling that racks your body suddenly, but you're able kind of to keep it together. You look down, you look down, and you look to kind of like what's going on, and you look at where your body is, and you don't see anything. And you start to get a little nauseous. And so with your complication, I'm going to basically, how am I going to do that? I'm just gonna take a threat. That's what I'll do. But you feel a little nauseous, but you appear to be invisible. You hear the Romulans begin to speak. One of them says, she's doing well. The cloaking device is working.
Avery's going to try and see if she can feel where the tether is and like the connection of the tether.
Oh, you're bound. Your hands are bound behind your back still.
Oh, behind the back, okay.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? You give me a momentum, you could have free access to that tether if you wanted.
What?
If you give me a momentum, you can have access to the tether if you want to do something with it.
I don't know if I want to give you that. We have 3 momentum left. But she is she oh gosh, okay. She's going to wait, how did they cloak her? What did they do?
You're not sure. They affixed this device to you, and then they connected it to some station, and then hit a button, and then immediately afterwards you appear to be cloaked.
Not only like she not only has like a leash, but she's also connected to a station.
Yeah, so they put this harness on you. The harness has a device on the front. They connected the tether into the device and hit a button. The tether went to some sort of computer console. So you're basically connected to a computer. The device that is attached to you is connected to a computer console.
All right. So she's only connected to a computer. Okay.
Yeah.
So what she's going to try and essentially body slam herself onto the side of the table and see if it will break anything, but like pretend that she's tripping. Whoops.
Go ahead and give me security fitness difficulty 2.
Got this.
Okay.
Yeah, you hurt yourself. Go ahead and roll. If you click roll challenge dice, and then put in 3. Yep. So you take 3 stress. You try to break this thing, and what you do instead is you do trip, and you fall and hit your head on the table instead. And
my feet.
Yeah, and one of them, like you don't know. They say something in Romulan that you guess it's maybe a curse, and suddenly you're kind of looking around and you see your hands, or not your hands. You see your shoulder next to you as they deactivate the thing, and the commander just says, "Take her back. She must have fainted. Let's increase the efficacy of the device for the next one. If this one can survive, we'll see what the others can stand." And they grab you, Atkins, and will bring you back to the others. Let me switch that. What have you guys been doing since she's been gone? She's been gone maybe an hour.
A lot of pacing.
We've broken out since and taken over the whole place.
Yeah, we colonized their ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pacing, not much to do. Atkins returns in about an hour, and you see she looks not great. She has a cut across her forehead. It could have been made from a beating for all you know. They opened the they will open the force field, bring it down, and then push her through and bring it up. I don't know if you want to try to do anything as they do that, but
Hmm. Yeah, Are we, sorry, are we still cuffed or no? We got free hands.
I would say you have free hands while you're inside.
Cool. I think while, like, during that hour, maybe she would have kind of went over, to, at some point she would have went over to Legasov. And this is his specialty, right, is infiltration?
Yeah, he's not aboard a ship. He does missions like this.
Yeah, I think at some point during that, like, hour, she would have went over to him and kind of lowered her voice. And she'd say, "So you are the expert here. What is your expert opinion on what we should do?"
Well, like normal people in the situation, the first thing you're gonna do is try to find a way out. You're gonna try to find them a weakness. And if all else fails, you just wait. And so far, I haven't seen any yet, but we've only been here for an hour, so.
I would rather try and do something sooner than later, as it seems that the people who've been here for a while are malnourished. We do not want to stay here more than 24 hours, I feel. Our chances will most likely go down as we wait.
Well, there is something we could try to do.
Oh.
Diplomatically, I guess. We could use the Romulan rate of statement, but it may not apply since we're not being put to our death.
What is that? Add a character?
What is what?
That is, the rate of statement is basically like a filibuster, but you usually could do it before you're put to death or other things. If you're charged with the crime, which we are. So, but again,
Mm-hmm.
how would that work? I have no idea.
Yeah.
But it'd be something we could try. It may not work. Then again, we don't know exactly what their plans are yet, and I'm kind of intrigued to know what they are doing here.
So it is necessary that we learn.
Well, it's necessary that I learn. If you guys would get out of here, then more power to you. But there's still people here that need to be found by Starfleet.
Indeed. If we can get a message out, I think that would be the most ideal. I will find this place, but we should see what Atkins has to say when she returns. Hopefully she is all right. I am worried.
Well, if she does not return, the rate of statement would probably apply then.
Of course.
And like Dell stated in the chat there, he, Legasov is acting nonchalant, but he's paying real attention to what everything's going on in that little hallway there.
Yeah, there's usually 2 guards in the room at any one time. They have not changed the guard yet. It's been what you guess. It's hard to tell time when you're just standing there, in a cell, but you guess something around an hour. And that is when Atkins is brought back in. She's brought back in by the 2 guards that left with her, and they will. You see them nod to each other, with 2 of them standing right by the door, quote unquote, and another one ready to lower the force field, and they will. And as they do, he kind of shoves Atkins roughly back in, and they will try to open it unless you act.
Open what?
They'll try to open it or close it.
Well, they open it, push her through,
Mhm.
and then close it would be what they would try to do. The force field. They will open, like deactivate, right? Deactivate, activate, right?
And there's 3 guards now. There's 2, and well,
There's
actually
4,
before 2 and 3.
and the commander. The commander's kind of lingering behind.
Mm-hmm.
You have no weapons.
No, well, I got my fist.
You
but-
got.
You.
I have a weapon.
Got the knuckles.
Honestly, me as a player, I have no idea what to do in this circumstance.
up?
Yeah, I think honestly going by Legasov's advice is just kind of maybe waiting a little bit longer, seeing what it is, and then Atkins coming back, and then we can just ask her what's going on. Yero would have had relayed this to Dell as well during that hour.
Hey, could we have smuggled in weapons or something if that's what you want to do? If we use momentum now to reinvent sort of retcon something?
Prison pocket, baby.
Anybody have a value and determination that would make sense?
Would regulations are meant to be broken count?
Yeah, look.
I don't know.
If
Working
so,
together, working together is better than working alone.
Do what's right, not what's by the book. And
secrets
never
save lives.
There you go. Secret saves lives.
Ooh.
Now
Yeah.
give me my lightsaber.
Yeah, hand phaser type 1 are concealable. And for whatever reason, so Legasov, you need to burn your determination, but that's fine. But for whatever reason, they did not do a good job searching you. Pretty much, you're under the impression that the 3 that caught you were some sort of pirates, maybe, or not directly affiliated with whoever these Romulans are, and they kind of did things kind of lax, and you were transported directly in here, and they just pushed you in, right, essentially. And we'll say Atkins did not have one since Legasov has one. He's the person who has one since he burnt the determination, and he has the talent. So one of you have a type 1 hand phaser. Give me 5 minutes. I hear screaming.
YOLO.
That's
In
my
that case,
mind.
I'll go to get some snack.
Okay, get that snack.
I got cherries.
2 C's. Ooh.
I already have a plan.
I'm not good at this sort of thing. This is not my forte as a player, so I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, I mean, he still has to learn some stuff first before he
Mhm,
can enact his plan, obviously, because we know all be all. But
Yeah, yep.
he'll sense his opportunity and be a invisible death dealing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if either I get taken or you get taken, because literally, if I'm invisible, I can just punch the shit out of them.
Mhm.
There's like no bullets, there's nothing. I can just snap necks and just keep going.
I don't know that Avery's gonna want you to go. She's gonna be like, nah.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Take me again.
Take me away.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, the whole thing about
Mhm.
the arbitration is they got their directives, but Legasov wants to learn as much as possible before doing his filling of information into people,
Mhm.
because this would be an extraordinary new weapon.
Yeah, this is not. I think this would violate the Star Trek Geneva Convention. There is one.
Yeah. So what I was doing earlier, everybody's doing their thing. I'm looking up Romulans. I'm like,
Yeah.
Romulans, baby. I'm an infiltrator. I should know all this stuff.
Hell yeah.
So I was like, oh, read a statement. Let me read up on that real quick.
Perfect.
So, but like I said, I don't know how it applies because it's been in a couple episodes, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Sheesh.
Oh my gosh.
We'll see what we can do.
Yeah, but he's playing it cool though. He's trying to, because once he figures out that he can turn invisible, he's definitely gonna want to get the fuck out of Dodge real fast, regardless of people who are with him, because Starfleet needs to know.
Yeah.
Because imagine a group of those landing on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not good, not good, not good.
If he learns, because he might not be taken next. He's gonna try to be taken though. That's because he wants to see. But if they leave him a moment with Atkins first, then
Well, whenever the DM gets back, she's going to stumble and purposefully just land herself on Yero
Ooh.
to be like, "How you doing, little mama? Let me whisper."
That's spicy.
I gotta talk to you about your extended warranty for your car.
It's for real estate.
I can save you 20% interest on your credit cards.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. I'm totally not building maps right now. Oh, wait.
Not at all.
Not at all.
9.
Okay.
I'm gonna start calling those 3 the triplets.
Little chubby tea triplets.
Your eyebrows have the same bushiness.
Wow.
Amazing.
Stunning. Beautiful.
In the 21st century.
That was so good.
Classic. Instant classic.
Your eyebrows, as they used to say in the 21st century, are on fleek.
I'm the fleek.
I wanted her to do it as they were going, because I was channeling. There's the TikTok meme where it's like why your captors get rid of you? Like, what are you talking about? That annoys your captors? And I was like, oh man, I want to do this.
Yeah. Just 21st century facts. That's what Atkins knows. It's just 21st century facts.
Mind if I flatten my eyebrows real quick? They feel a little ruffled.
Eyebrows ruffled.
I was like 30. No, I was in my 20s. I was 20-something years old when I figured out eyebrows could be ruffled. And once I figured it out, it became valuable knowledge.
Love it. I have extremely thick eyebrows, so I have to trim them every so often. Just
I get to stray 1 or 2 hairs that like to go
real long.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I have borderline wizard eyebrows.
You're a wizard, Effie.
They stick out, and so they do not stick flat to my face at all. So yeah, there is no amount of glue. I can't do the whole glue down your eyebrows and then go over it. No, I can't do that. It's not fair.
Oh no.
Well,
Hello. No more screaming.
Night terror, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Poor baby.
He just flails and screams. Okay. So where were we? Okay, so Legasov has a phaser type 1 concealed. And they have lowered the force field to put Ensign Atkins back. You do see that she is mildly injured. Nothing egregious, but you don't know if she's been beaten. I mean, that's probably what you would assume. I'm not going to tell you what you assume, but I mean, that's would make sense.
So Avery, she, like, as she's being pushed into the cell, she'll purposefully, like, maneuver herself to kind of stumble upon Lieutenant Yero. And as she does so, she'll whisper in Yero's ear, it's a cloaking device.
Yero will, of course, kind of catch Atkins, and then she says, what?
It's a cloaking device on their body. That's what it is.
Yeah, her eyebrows just lift a little bit up in surprise, of course, not knowing that this sort of thing could be possible to engineer. But she kind of nods to Atkins and says, are you all right?
I hit my head trying to, damage it. But, I hit my head.
Yero will kind of help ease Atkins down to the floor to sit. And she'll look between Del and Legasov and say, do either of you have any sort of maybe rudimentary first aid skill? She'll look to them, and she'll also look at the other prisoners who are just milling about, I guess, being sad.
Yeah, they're just sitting in the corner. As you guys start talking, they raise the shield. And they just look a bit bewildered. Legasov, I think you do have some first aid stuff.
Del has medicine 3.
Yeah.
That'd be fine.
I assume it's reason plus medicine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In which case, I'd have a 15. 12 plus
Yeah, you
3.
can roll. Typically, she would get her stress back. It's not a big deal. She didn't get a wound. I was trying to see if she was going to get KO'd or not, but she didn't. So Del, you can tend to her wounds pretty easily. You don't have all the equipment you need, obviously, but you could, stop the bleeding, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, rip a piece of the clothing we have,
Sure.
that kind of stuff. You see it on the show.
Yeah.
Also, one of my foci is empathy, so I'm really nice and soothing.
Aww.
Sir.
And they are going back and discussing some things. Commander Shen leaves for a moment, and you guys can plan your next move.
Look, I don't think you should let them take you. There was a point when they turned it on, and I felt sick. And they were shocked that it worked. So I don't think I think I was like one of the first.
Yes, it wouldn't be good to allow them to fully complete these experiments.
What experiments? And Legasov will kind of slide a little closer.
So they strapped a cloaking device to me. It comes from Klingon technology. Their cloaking technology, and they made it into a device you could strap on. The studies are on us because they don't want to risk their own lives, and they were surprised that I survived and that it worked on me.
That is most concerning. And
Yeah.
He'll kind of look around. And he'll look at the prisoners there. And
Yeah, the one that was talking to Yero comes back over. Are you how are you gonna get us out of here again? Are we gonna try a jailbreak next time, or
have they tried this to you?
we haven't went anywhere yet? But like I say, our friends left. What happened? What did they do to you? You're the first one that's come back. Looks to Atkins.
Avery's eyes go wide, and she kind of shakes her head. The testing they're doing, it's not good. They're testing out a device. I don't think your friends made it.
Oh no. Oh no. Where did they take him? Where did they take him? What did you see? What happened? What happened? His voice is getting a little too loud.
Hey, look, no.
I think Yero will look towards Dell too in this case. Seeing this gent is thinking, but sorry, go ahead.
Dell goes to, once he's done tending to Atkins, goes to calm him down and try to find out more of what they know of the people outside, what's been happening. Essentially just gather information.
Oh, I don't think he seems to know much. And he is starting to get into a tizzy and raise his voice. And, well, how are we going to get out of here? How are you going to help us? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yeah.
Calm him down.
How would you like to do that?
Using empathy.
Okay.
I explain to him, essentially put hands on their shoulders, get right in front of them, look them in the eyes. If they're flailing about, hold their hands calmly, and essentially try to, almost motherly, right? Like, go, shh, it's going to be all right. You gotta calm down. You gotta calm down now.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be okay. And see if they can get past their emotions to listen to reason again, because just telling them they will hear you, it's not going to do anything to a person that's freaking out, because their logic center is just currently not checked in.
I would say I would let medicine reason or yeah, that's fine.
That'll work.
Yeah, and then you have empathy, so you have focus.
Medicine, reason, 2d20, focus, yes. Difficulty is
1.
Is the loneliest number.
Oh, and you generated 2 momentum. Yeah,
The momentum battery is back!
and he. Oh yeah. Okay. I just don't want to be tortured to death. Really, just a pilot.
I understand that.
Just a pilot.
Neither do I. Same. Hey, tell me about the ship you piloted. That's great, because now we have something we can talk about.
Oh, it was not much. Just a freighter pilot, and he starts kind of stammering about that.
Yeah, I'll hold this conversation for a while.
Yeah, it gets his mind off of it.
Yep.
While they're talking, Legasov's gonna talk to Yero and well, if they got some type of cloaking device and nobody's made it back except for Ensign Atkins over here, perhaps we should end the charade now.
And Yero will nod, lean in close to him, and say, "All right, the next time they attempt to take one of us, I might cause a fuss, demanding to be taken, and then once I get within range, I will take out that first one." She kind of clenches her metallic fist and says, "We need to dispatch them as quickly as possible."
Legasov will kind of reach around his back and you pull out his phaser and make it ready. I'll get the other ones. May I suggest a course of action?
Of course.
Maybe if, since obviously this is your crew, you grab the 4 freighter pilots or whatever they are and start exiting towards any ship, I guess, would do if we could figure it out where they're at, and then I'll hold them off and then join you at the ship.
She says, "I do better up close than from far away, but if you believe you can hold them off, I will prioritize the safety of the freighter pilot and the rest."
Well, if you can knock out 1 or 2 on the way, that'd be much appreciated.
Of course.
And he'll kind of smile. And then if I don't make it, I got the rate of statement I can use, because obviously at that point I pretty much a death sentence, so I should be able to hold them off long enough maybe to diplomatically be released.
I do not think that they are the diplomatic type, but unfortunately, I do not know if they are fully working. And she thinks about it for a moment. I will save the debates for later on what exactly it is, but primary thing is getting to that ship and also getting communications up and letting Starfleet know where this base is. I will let Atkins know and you let Dell know.
I will do.
All right.
And you kind of smile again, stand up, kind of walk over to the alarmed people over there with Dell, and join in the conversation, and then do his best to kind of slip the information to Dell and the other, the Dell what their plan is, and and not trying to fully let the other four know because panic will ruin it.
Yeah. Okay. They'll sort of, yeah, he sort of nods and acknowledges. And then he'll tell the other ones, just a second. Gets up and walks over to Yero. And then says, I'm not great in a fight, but I'm sure I can use their computer systems if access is given. I do believe that was our primary still to try and get this information, or is knowing what they work on enough in your mind?
I believe that gathering hard evidence is extremely important if you can quickly get to one of their computers and get the information.
I just don't have a storage device. We'll have to see if there's something we can take out.
Most likely a datapad or something we can find.
Yep.
I trust you on this. You are an extremely skilled individual, but you do not need me to tell you this. To give Della a smile.
He looks back and says, yeah, I'm old, I get it. And then he walks back to the other ones.
And Yero will let Atkins know. Let her know that the plan is next time she'll cause a fuss. And then things will kick off. She says, immediately, when I can, I will toss you a weapon. The first one that I get, you give cover fire, assist the four out. Lieutenant Dell will acquire the information that we need. Legasov will look to dispatching the other Romulans once the information is acquired and the freighter employees are safe in your hands. With cover fire, of course, then we will attempt to make our way towards one of the ships and escape. Are you
Is there
going to be
something?
all right?
Oh, go ahead, please.
Pardon?
I thought that was a break. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, sorry. That was to Atkins.
Ma'am, what about the device?
Regarding the device, she pauses for a moment. It would be pertinent to destroy if we are able to defeat the Romulans here. Then we can go and destroy this, but we are going to... Our primary objective is getting these individuals off and acquiring the intel. That is the most important. We will let Starfleet know where this place is, and hopefully they can destroy it if we cannot, but we must save these people if we can.
Yes. Now, as the player, you had said that there's going to be a distraction, and you said she. Are you meaning Yero is going to make
Yes.
a distraction? Okay.
Yeah,
Yero's
gonna be like getting up in their face and be like, "Take me!" if she's not the one picked, and then she's gonna throw hands. When she's like kind of outside, we're gonna get this kicked off.
No. After Legasov is done talking with the group, and he kind of sees everybody talking over the side, Legasov's gonna approach the group and kind of kneel down because I imagine Atkins is still in the same position as he left, right? Like she didn't get up and move across the room or nothing, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right. And he'll kind of ask, like, no, Ensign Atkins, do you remember how you got to the room?
Yeah. I mean, it took a little while, but I had to go up an elevator.
Do you know how far you had to go up?
I would imagine that's something that would be pretty evident, right? Like those kind of
Yeah, you
elevators.
know, you think you'd be able to generally lead them there.
Okay.
They weren't hiding it
Yeah.
from you, certainly.
Okay, cool. Then she'll nod her head. Yes, sir.
You kind of look over at Yero. Maybe it might be best to get the device.
If we are able to, and we are able to clear the other Romulans, then yes, I agree. But like I said, getting these individuals out safely is, and getting the information at the very least is primary. I don't want to put them in harm's way if we do not have to.
Understood. And you kind of will get up and just look at out in the hallway, seeing if anybody's standing there or whatnot, kind of sizing up everything.
Yeah, about that time, or a little later, Commander Shen re-enters the room and she talks to one of the Romulans. They kind of do the same bit that they did before. They look through the field, the force field, and they wave over to Lieutenant Dell. Let's see how it works on a Trill.
And are they coming in at that point?
You there, Trill, come forward. And then they lower the force field and have their disruptor pistols out. So I'll give you some spatial kind of how it looks, something like that, kind of.
Is there something like a deception skill?
I would say it's command presence is, yeah.
Oh, I got a 50-50 chance.
There's
Not
I'd like to.
but...
Yeah, I'd like to, because Dell has been imprisoned before in a previous life. He'd like to set up sort of a surprise moment where maybe the backstory is that over time he picked up enough of their language to construct a sentence that has sort of, in Romulan, that sort of has the meaning of you idiots are interfering with what they call the Tal Shiar, right? Like the secret society, NSA sort of type, CIA type, underground, right? And that initially, the first time around, back in the years and years past, that allowed them to go like, wait, what? At least for a second to go, what? Because Romulans are known to change their physical appearance, right? So he could be a plant, a Romulan plant. There is an odd off chance that he could actually be a Romulan plant.
Could be.
Tell Shar.
Yeah, go ahead.
And so I would just try to roll on that as he sort of says in Romulan. You're interfering with Tal Shiar business, you fools. Something like that. Just for them to even just look at each other instead of at Yero for a second.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. I like that.
Cool. Command plus staring. 2D. There's etiquette involved, obviously, right? No, wait,
I
actually.
think that's fine. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool. And yep. Either way. Difficulty is obviously a 1, right? Obviously.
It's a 2.
Yeah,
it's
of course.
A 2.
It's a 2.
It's just for.
Okay.
Yeah, you actually when you say that, they look at each other and start laughing, and you get
even laughing is not paying attention.
Right, and you get the sense it's because. Actually, give me a insight roll. Give me.
I mean, I might have just mispronounced it, right?
Yeah, you maybe, but give me I would say. Reason. No, you can't do that. How about insight and command?
And insight. 2D.
Difficulty 1, I think, probably.
You know my foci. Is this part of a? If this is Romulan related, then I did call before that.
Xenobiology, yes, that would be. Well, it wouldn't be xenobiology, but
I have knowledge on Romulans. Remember, like once per adventure, I can call that I have an extra focus because I'm a Trill,
sure, that works then.
Hey.
right? And so that I had called that before as well the
Yep,
last time.
yep.
So let's just do it again. Difficulty. Juan. That is Juan.
You think they're laughing at the Tal Shiar comment because they're probably Tal Shiar.
That's funny. Okay, but is that a prompt to do something else? Because technically, I didn't want to draw this out. This was just like
No, it was just extra information.
even
It
if
was
the
just,
attention
it was
is
just
just
extra
quickly at like
information
looking
for
at each
you
other. Yeah.
based on how
Okay, cool.
how the role play was going. And yeah, they seem a bit distracted, Yero, regardless. Kind of they think this is funny, and they're still looking at Dell, and but they're in the cell with you, right? More or less, and it's open.
So if Yero is on the right, for example, of the cell, I will then dash to the left. Meaning, if all the eyes are following me, then degrees-wise, they're leaving Yero. Does that make sense?
Hmm. I think since they're kind of inside, what she's gonna do is basically she wants to charge one of them, and she wants to punch them, but like move forward so she gets out of the cell.
Bull rush.
Bull rush and just pounds
You're
face
talking probably at most like 2 meters,
5, 10
6 feet, something
Yeah.
like that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
very
you
far
can,
at all.
and I mean, even, Star Trek isn't necessarily a, what's the word, highly, oh man, systematic combat. So you can move and attack. That's fine. So yeah, you can do that. You
Okay.
could rush out there and punch him.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. Take him out. Because she's trying to move towards more
Outside the cell. So
Yeah.
they can't just raise
outside.
it.
Exactly. So I will do my punch. She just charges this
Yeah, I would
guy
say you're
as
like
they're
kind of
laughing
on
at
the
Lieutenant
cusp
Dell.
of the cell, like right on that edge. You're technically right
Mhm.
there.
Yeah.
This is not Star Wars. We can't cut people in
Yeah,
half.
right. Yeah, I thought about that for a
Punch.
second. I was like, that's my problem in Star Trek.
Trick
I'm
with
always
Star
like,
Wars,
I can't
absolutely, like,
go,
Mel
I
would
can't
mess
go
with
as
the
far as I
board.
normally would for certain.
Yep.
All right. Let me double check because it's been a while. So.
Yeah, you should be.
I
So
will
there should be a
attempt
button, attack unarmed, that should do it all.
Yep.
And then I roll attack unarmed for him, and it is a
Yeah.
opposed task.
Mm.
So let me roll. So he rolls 2d20. He has. That is a
damn.
miss. Yeah, because it's difficulty 1, so it's 0. Yeah, you go to punch him,
Oh,
and
shit.
he's laughing, but he kind of catches you out of the corner of his eye and kind of dodges aside. So Dell, Legasov, and Atkins, what would you like to do?
Legasov, if there's anybody close to closing that force field, Legasov and shoot him.
There's this guy over here by this desk that you could certainly shoot.
That's who he'd be shooting at, because he doesn't want to, the concern is with the force field closing.
Yeah, go ahead and give me your hand phaser should be on there, so just do attack phaser. It's kind of always.
Wait, was it a cost to avoid injury or no? No.
No. So
Shit.
when you
Okay.
yeah.
I was
yeah,
just
yeah.
okay. Sorry, I was just thinking my
hand
things.
to hand is opposed, so they roll their hand to hand
Yep.
too, and if you get 1, then you hit them. But you did not.
And I can use momentum for
Oh
this.
yeah. Mm-hmm. You can add
And
1 for an extra
what's-
die, 3 for an extra 2 die.
Yeah, but we'll do it now. Does it start at 2d20,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
So it'll be 3d20.
Yep. Oops.
Ooh, is it both the hand phasers is a focus?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're fighty. Okay, so that's 1 momentum gained. And go ahead and click the roll damage. 9 damage. That is going to knock that guy out. He takes. You hit him, and he kind of goes flying back on. So hand phasers don't have anything fancy as far as effect dice, but you hit him, He's obviously very surprised that you have a weapon, and he goes flying backwards off the terminal, hits the ground, unconscious. hmm Atkins and Dell, what would you like to do?
Ooh. Well, are these two guys up? Like this guy's with Yero, and
Yeah,
this
that guy's
is
kind of like
Yeah.
right in front of you, basically.
A or B is gonna. She's gonna try to kick
Okay.
the.
Yeah,
that
go
guy.
ahead and give me an unarmed. And you can use momentum if you'd like. Yeah, you miss. Yeah, you go to kick him, and he just like swats your leg away. Points his disruptor pistol at you. Dell, what would you like to do?
What if I just charge the same person? Would that make it easier? Because we're both now attacking the same person.
Um,
Try and save Atkins.
I'll give you. Yeah, I'd say. So number 3 is who you're going for. Technically, yeah, I'd say that's fine. There's no ganging up rule in the system, but I think that's cool. So I would give you an extra D20 on your unarmed roll.
That is, I think it was security.
Yeah, well, there's an unarmed button that automatically does it. So attack unarmed.
Oh, blink. Hey, cat, go away. Please. Cat wants to play. Sorry.
Oh, it's gonna be interesting. So okay, he's gonna so
Woo.
complication.
That's a good storytelling
Yeah,
roll, right?
He's gonna do his.
Thank you.
So 2. Okay. So you do hit him. So go ahead and roll damage. You generate 2 momentum on that punch, but I'm just not going to add it to the pool yet because it might. 2. So you can use that moment. You can use those 2 momentum for extra damage, or re-roll one of them for re-rolling the dice.
What do the old timers say? Should I try and re-roll away the complication?
No, you can't do that. You can only re-roll.
Oh,
you
okay.
can re-roll the challenge die. So that blank challenge die, you can roll that and try to get something on that with momentum. That is. Or
Otherwise, what are other spends?
so you can
like extra damage.
So
I
you
think.
can you can actually add 1 damage. Now you can't take those from the pool. They have to be something you generate that turn. So you could generate 2 more damage if you wanted, and try to no, you got 2 of them, so you can generate. You can either add 2 damage or re-roll the die. Yeah, it's such a small pool that re-rolling the die is usually beneficial because you re-roll them all for 1 momentum, but not in this case. There's just 1 to re-roll. So
Isn't there something narrative like use momentum to change, like introduce an advantage or something?
yes, there sure is. You could tell me what you think that would be.
Well, the easiest one, but it's not cool storytelling-wise maybe, is he drops his disruptor, right? Because the goal was, even if I don't do damage to him, he doesn't like press the trigger and shoot Atkins point blank.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
What does that cost me? 1 momentum? 2
1
momentum?
momentums would be fine. Yeah, and then you have 1
Okay.
left if you want to.
The other one is the guy behind him has cardiac issues and falls over.
No.
Damn it. Oh, my heart. Well, do these guys use some sort of and maybe Dell would remember, is there anything else that could fall off him? Like, key cards, code cylinders, data pads, Talshiar, Kool-Aid bottles.
What are you looking for specifically?
Something that will help Dell specifically later with computer checks. Like, or getting through, closed doors or something.
How about just, you said you wanted something to store data on. You could have like basically a tablet data pad.
Yeah, so let's describe Dell, who is really not good at fist fighting. Just clobbers the guy, flailing at the guy, right? And in the process, essentially, maybe he had at his hip, he had sort of, attached a data pad, and in his hand he had the disruptor pistol, and so he just gets like clobbered pretty ineffectively. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but those two items.
Yeah, you just kind of tackle into him, slam into him, and he just like kind of drops everything as he like raises his arms to protect himself.
Yeah, I think that's the Dell thing to do.
All right. So this happens, and I'll just go right to left. The Centurion faces Yero's gonna just try to shoot her point blank range. I'm gonna.
How dare.
I'm going to spend some threat.
Disbelief.
I will spend 3 threat for 2 dice.
Oof.
And I will shoot.
Yero's a goner.
So what do I do to dodge this?
There's nothing to do.
I can't dodge?
Cannot dodge. That's a hit. Vicious.
No.
Okay, so... Eesh.
No, I think you meant viscous.
Vicious, that's vicious 1, so that's a damage. So that's 8 damage.
What the what?
Oh my
so,
god.
Would you like to avoid an injury? Because you
will
just
try.
I
would love
so,
to.
Hold on. Don't you have a special talent for that?
I don't. Let me double check. I don't think. Oh shit, my sheet's being fucky. 1 sec.
Your sheet is bananas?
BANANAS. But let's see. The character also has a mean right hook. That's damage effects. I have strong paw, but that's really for whenever you attempt a task to resist being coerced or threatened. I don't have anything specifically to avoid, like to add to avoid damage. And my values, I don't think come into play here, unless I can, like, I don't know, punch him in the dick. Maybe that's, regulations are meant to be broken. Maybe you don't shoot below the belt. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yep.
So how do I avoid? Can I try him?
You don't have tough, right? I'm looking for the avoid injury rules. So just
I have endurance. I have a focus in endurance. Can I endure the hit?
When a character chooses to avoid injury, it costs 2 momentum to do so. Remember that an immediate momentum spend can be paid by adding to threat instead. A character may alternately avoid an injury by suffering a complication, which represents a minor injury. However, a character may only avoid an injury once per scene. So basically, if you take an injury, my understanding is you're knocked unconscious. So you could give me 2 momentum to avoid an injury and be knocked unconscious. That's essentially.
Oh, and be knocked unconscious, but I don't want to be knocked unconscious. Is there any way to avoid being knocked unconscious?
Yeah, avoid an injury and give me 2 momentum.
Okay.
You can either do that by giving me threat or using it from your pool.
I'll use it from the pool. Here, take 2. Here you go.
So how does it look as he shoots you, but you're able to stay up?
Yeah, so he shoots her like right into the side, and of course, like, wounds instantly cauterized, so nothing happens. There's no blood, as it is Star Trek. So like shoots her in the side, and she holds onto it. It's like on her left side. She holds onto it in pain, but she grits through it, and she glares at him and says, "The Cardassians were much worse than you."
Yep. The guy facing Dell looks down at his weapon a bit surprised, And he's just going to try to punch Dell. So I'm just going to use a normal 2d20 attack. So he just tries to
He wouldn't punch a fellow Tal Shia officer.
So you roll your own unarmed 2d20, and so it's a opposed.
Oh, cool.
This is an opposed check. Unarmed.
Oh, why am I opening my sheet? I actually should just click my
just
token.
Click that token. And
Keep doing that. Just unarmed,
just
right?
do the unarmed, and if you get a 1 or greater, then you avoid it.
Okay.
You do?
Yeah, greater.
Yeah, he punches at you, and you evade it. If you would like to describe how you do that.
Maybe because I'm already ducking for the things on the
Yeah.
ground, oblivious that he was punching me.
Right. So he tries to punch you, but you're already ducked.
I'm already ducking, going for his stuff. Is that an extra momentum that you
No,
have now?
uh-uh.
Dang. Oh, because it wasn't my skill
No,
roll.
it's just unarmed.
That's right, it's a defensive roll.
Right. So the
Got it.
commander, she actually immediately leaves. She just turns around and walks out. The Centurion over here looks a bit concerned that his colleague was shot, and he returns fire at Legasov. And I'm going to use 3 threat for
Extra dice. Yep. I mean, you're not messing about.
Oh
Oh!
boy.
No, what? This can't...
No!
Talk
what
about
the-
red shirt.
Does that add damage?
No, I haven't rolled damage yet.
But does it
That's
add damage if you
I
have extra...
can. I can spend momentum like you can. So it depends.
Ah, shite.
Okay, so I hit with 2, so I have 4 momentum.
That's an injury at
I
least.
have 4 momentum. And I'm going to re-roll the 1 black die for 1 momentum, so that'll put me at 3 momentum. So let me re-roll that.
Yikes.
1 challenge die. Nope. So that was
Oh.
good. It's vicious, so I have 7 damage right now, and I have 3. I'm just going to pump it to 10.
That's the double injury.
It
Right?
is.
Isn't that how it works?
No, it's not double injury because it's just basically anything over 5. You get anything
Oh, okay.
over 5, you take an injury. Anything that
5 or
brings you
more.
to 0, you take an injury. If you take them in combination, you take injuries. So,
Stress, yeah, I noticed.
so
Huh.
so he just nails you, Sim. You can either take the injury or you can give me 2 momentum to avoid an injury, or 2 threat to avoid an injury, whichever you would like. You have 2 momentum in the pool, so you can use it if you want. Sam.
No, sorry.
What?
Avoid it. I give the 2
You
momentum.
can give me threat too if you don't want to use your own momentum. Do you want me to be better, or do you want you to be better, is the question.
I want to give you threat. What does threat do again?
Well, I can use it just like momentum. I can do things like call in reinforcements.
We'll go spend our momentum. I'll give you the 2.
You gonna give me threat?
Avoid injury. No, I'm gonna give you get rid of
Okay.
the momentum.
Yeah. How does it look as you're shot, but able to stay up? You and Yero both in bad shape.
He's definitely gonna feel, but there's not much to feel because of course, like there's no blood.
It stings really bad.
Yeah, he's taking it back from it.
All right. Yero, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna try and beat this man down. Hopefully, try and take him out. So, hopefully, I don't know. He doesn't dodge this time. What the fuck?
Fudgesicles.
Well, let's
Oh
hope
my
he rolls a
God.
0.
God, I hope so. Jesus Christ, I'm trash today.
He does, and a complication.
Fuck you.
Yes.
Would you like
Damn.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage first.
I would love for maybe, I don't know, his gun that he has to go flying out of his hand, but towards the others.
Oh, that's, yes, we can definitely do that.
Perfect.
Yeah, his
Okay, so
disruptor
here's what
rifle,
the-
or disruptor pistol, falls at Dell and Atkins's feet. And you can just roll
Yeah.
damage for me. Let's see what that's going to be.
Okay, no, I'm just double
Yep.
checking, making
Yep.
sure. So I've got. Okay, so I want. Oh, I don't know if I can reroll
You
this at all.
can't because you didn't
let's-
generate any momentum unless you have some
I know.
other thing. Now you have
Merciful
vicious, so
Eye,
that's
double-
5. That's 5 stress right there. That knocks him out.
Okay, that's 5 stress and intense.
Well, it would be
So
it's
that's,
4.
to
It's
avoid
4 plus the
injury.
intense, right? So, oh yeah, intense is makes
That's something different.
yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Intense makes it harder to avoid an injury, I believe.
Yeah.
Um,
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I deal 5 instead.
he's scared. How's it look?
So yeah, you see Lieutenant Yero reel back, and she just like punches him right kind of between the eyes, right in the bridge of his stupid nose and between his beautiful eyebrows, and just smashes him, and he instantly falls to the ground, his gun going skidding across towards Dell and Atkins. And she'll like look up to the other Romulans and say, "All right, who's next?"
As you punch out that guy and leg us off, what would you do?
Legasov is picking who's next, and he's gonna go ahead and so Romulan 3 and Dell are in a tussle, right?
Mm-hmm.
We left them, so I imagine, I don't know how any, clear shot that would be.
Yeah, well, the guy who shot you, this dude over here, right?
Yeah. So his thought was to kind of free up the gang and start moving, but he is going to return fire to the one that shot at him.
And so there's a minor action of aim, and I think aim it lets you re-roll any dice if you miss or something, your d20. So you should just basically automatically aim.
I guess that would be a given.
Yeah.
Says character may reroll a single d20 made on an attack before the start of the next turn. That's
Yep.
nice.
Nice.
So go ahead and shoot. If you want to use, you don't have any momentum.
Yeah. But most importantly, I didn't give you momentum.
You miss,
Yeah.
and you take a complication. Your
But
gun
aimed,
heats
right?
up. Oh yeah, re-roll it. Yeah, re-roll it, re-roll it, re-roll it.
Go, go, go.
So roll it all together.
No,
or just the
you
one?
can just click on re-roll d20 at the top. Just click on it. ZZ re-roll d20. Just do that one. Put 1 in there. Or you can just 13. Yep, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Oh, 8. You could use momentum, but that's gonna hit him. So you hit him, and he like flies backwards into the wall dramatically, kind of slides down as you shoot him. Dell, what would you like to do? Or Adkins, either one.
Atkins will go for that gun.
Yep, you grabbed it. You
That
got
good.
it. You can't aim now, but you
Can't aim.
picked it up with your minor action. So you have the disruptor pistol.
Okay, cool. So is that all I can
No,
do?
you can. You that was your minor action. You can shoot if you wanted.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, she's going to aim at the dude.
Yeah, you can shoot. So just do the phaser. We'll do the damage differently, but you can shoot the phaser at him. Just click on you and then attack phaser. You have no momentum. So. That is a miss. Yeah, you shoot the disruptor pistol. And it's kind of awkward because you've never used one before, and it's definitely different than actually a hand phaser, and it just shoots this green energy and blasts the console behind him. Lieutenant Dell, you're up.
I pick up the other phaser pistol and shoot the guy right in front of me.
Sure. Yeah, you pick up his own phaser pistol. Yeah.
Exactly, because that's the one I was going for anyway. That is attack phaser.
Yes.
Pew pew. I mean, I have xenobiology, so obviously that's a focus, right? Because I know exactly where to shoot to disable him. Oh,
Okay, that's a
shit! I actually hit him.
So before you roll damage, let me
Wow, I didn't expect that.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't. Sometimes, blind chicken finds the corn or whatever is the expression I don't recall.
I think so.
that
makes sense.
Pistols are
At least there's a German one that goes like that.
just 3, huh? Okay. I think you just go ahead and click damage. The qualities be different, but so you have vicious 1s. That's 5 damage right there.
It's an injury.
It is. How does it look?
So he was ducking, goes straight for the phaser, and as he notices there's like a swoosh above him from the guy trying to punch him really hard, Dell essentially just lies down on his side, aims the phaser right up, sort of past his groin, Matt, and then and then shoots him right in the stomach. It's like,
Yeah. Ugh,
that's exactly the sound
he
they
grabs
use.
it
Yep.
and kind of rolls over to the side as he's shot, and then the screen pans away quickly from the violence. There's no more Romulans in the room. What are you gonna do?
Meat's back on the menu, boy. Wait, no, wrong. That's not okay. We get up. Dell quickly gets up and gets outside to the next console, whatever the next console is. He doesn't even look around much because he fully trusts Yero and Lagasov to have his back. And he starts messing with the console to get whatever data he can. Using that data pad, by the way.
Yeah, you are able to access the console. It is in Romulan. Thankfully, you can read it.
Yup.
What are you trying to accomplish at the console?
They said maybe this time the Trill would do better, and it will! I'm trying to navigate my way into wherever the data for the cloaking is. Like, I'm trying to finish mission 1, priority mission 1.
That would be task security, and I'd say daring at difficulty 5.
That's great.
Yeah, that's...
How will I? And I can. Is that like maybe I could make it an extended task? Because I'm not sure if if I fail, can I keep trying? Right? The longer they buy me time. How do you see this working? For example, I am willing to use my determination to add an extra success as well.
If you want
this is a focus area.
Stay in here and give me a second to look up extended tasks again, we can do that.
Because I have a talent for extended tasks also that I don't think I ever
Let's
use.
see. You know what I have? I have Mr. Extended Task.
Hey.
Boy, but hold on. It's been a minute. For extended tasks.
But this is neither reason nor control, is it? Even if I keep working on it
No,
for a while?
you're basically trying to break through a firewall.
Mm,
And you're doing it in a situation that is pressure, right? Not just like.
so hence
Yep.
the daring.
What are the rest of you doing while
I think, sorry, you go ahead.
Legasov's gonna go to Atkins and ask her to give him directions to the room the best she remembers it.
Yeah, she'll relay it, like, take a left here, go up the lift here to this level kind of deal. And basically, like, southern style directions.
Turn at the tree, turn at the rock.
Over yonder, down the
See a
hollow.
crate? You've gone too far.
All right, that's what he's over there talking. That's what he's doing, because he's gonna go for that device.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, if that ends up being sort of Yero's and Legasov's direction of like, we're not hacking this console, we're going for the prize, then yeah, Dell would immediately stop and just go with.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Mm.
It would definitely be easier to get your information from the computers, not trying to hack around a firewall or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think going for the computers directly, I think that's what Yero will advise. She's going to make sure that the individuals are okay, the cargo people. And she'll say, sorry I didn't let you know ahead of time what the plan was, but, well, we're going to get you out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
We need one... Alright. Are you going to be alright, Atkins?
Yes, ma'am.
She pats her on the shoulder, gives her a very warm smile and a nod. Right. You're on finding a ship then.
Anyone good with a phaser? Dell wants to get rid of his, he wants to get rid of his disruptor.
Yero will take it, if no
Got
one
it.
else does.
I was just wondering if maybe one of the other four is a crack shot.
Yeah, is the pilot a crack shot?
Oh no,
Does this happen to be
they're
amazing?
basically non-combatants. They're
not Han Solo?
No, I'm sorry, I've
Aw.
never fired one of those before. These are civilians.
Is-
They're not technically.
Are there rules about dual wielding phasers?
Well, you can dual phasers, but you can only shoot it once around.
What's the point? Well,
What do you think
there's
this is,
another one
Heroes
laying-
and Hardships? Come on, man. Just kidding.
Fucking
There
shameless.
are rules for that. Oh god.
Side question, what are the odds that the datapad he was carrying, because he's kind of an important dude, already had good information on it?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Well, let me ask the GM. So what are the odds that the datapad that the guy was carrying, because he was kind of important, already has good information
I
on
don't
it?
believe he was that important. He was the guard that was transporting Atkins back and forth.
Oh
Yes.
no.
The green one got away.
He's got the
Sorry.
red bubble, man. He's got the red. He's
Yup.
the red shirt enemy.
Yep. Well, I can always read his poetry later.
Romulan poetry.
Exactly.
Well, Lieutenant Legasov would do is because there's two more phasers on the ground. Even if he gives one the Yero, he'll hide his discreet phaser and pick up one.
Disruptors are more powerful, right?
They
give a
have
piece of
vicious, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll pick up one off the ground and hide his other one in case he gets captured again. He might be able to keep it hidden still.
So,
So-
so who's going for the device? Legasov for sure. And I guess Dell would be going that way too, right?
Yeah, I think I'll... no, I think I'm gonna go with, because Legasov can back up Dell. I'm gonna go with Atkins, just because we want to get out the people, and I don't want to leave Atkins alone. I think that wouldn't be good, to just have like 3 in 1. I've been through this before, my character died that way. We're going 2 and 2. So Yero's gonna go with Atkins. Is there like communicator? No, there wouldn't be communicators.
They have communicators on them.
Yeah. So Yero will snatch them up and like give them to Dell, and have one on her, and she'll say, "Once you have the information, let us know. I will let you know once you found the ship."
Go ahead and give me a security reason check on that.
Of course. I would love to give you a security reason check. What's the diff?
1.
What is this?
Just to
I don't
just
know if
kind
we
of
have this.
knowing something. Yeah, you think about that, and you would be able to talk to each other at least for a while until either they turned it off, tracked you with your Romulan communicators, because it works through
Yeah.
the ship, right? So
Then she'll scratch that. Yeah, never mind. So retcon that. But she'll look to Legasav and Del and say, "Good luck, both of you. Attempt to make it out as quickly as you can. But again, I have trust in both of you." She'll pat them both on the shoulder.
We'll see you on the ship.
Of course. And she'll head off with Atkins and the cargo crew.
So we are splitting up.
The party! Yes.
So Yero is going on saving the people, whereas Lagasov and Del go to the main room?
Yes. Just because Yero wants to make sure that Atkins and the rest get to the ship safely.
Del would have a problem with that.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. So Del would look back and say, my personal safety notwithstanding, I believe the primary goal of this mission was to get the information and everything else was secondary?
Yero says, "It is true that it is secondary to assist these people, but my own primary objectives are to make sure that these people are safe. I understand the information is vital indeed, but I have every confidence in both you and Lieutenant Legaslav that you can do this."
That confidence is grossly misplaced if you're sending us into a room full of Romulans without you.
Yero will debate for a moment and look to Atkins. She'll say, "He's right. Will you be alright on your own?"
I've got the plan.
She'll give Atkins a nod. She'll look to Del. "Alright, us three then."
Here we go.
Atkins, we'll start with you. You
Alright.
you head into the corridors of this building. You're unsure exactly what you're in, and what are you gonna do? How are you gonna find the hangar?
Good question. So are there any like consoles or
Yes.
something that she could access?
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
yeah.
It's in Romulan. How are you going to determine? I would say if you want to try to access a Romulan terminal and understand it, I would let you do it with a science or reason roll, with probably I'd say engineering or science with reason, whichever is best for you.
Those are both equal.
Yep. And it'd be a difficulty of 1, we'll say. You have no momentum in the pool.
Yeah. I do have a focus in computers. Does that help?
Yes. We'll say that. Yep.
Computer and linguistics.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. I would say if you have focus in linguistics, you don't even have to make this check. You actually know Romulan as well, we'll say. It was one of your electives in school or something.
Hey.
So you actually do access the terminal automatically. What would you like to do?
I would like to locate the hangar.
You do, and as you're looking, you realize this is actually a starbase and not a ship.
Oh, well then I would like to locate a hangar.
Yeah, the nearest one is two levels away down, and it doesn't appear to be that difficult to reach.
Just, kind of looking at the ship logs, does it seem like any sort of warbirds are docked?
Go ahead and give me an engineering roll on that one. Engineering reason. Or science. Actually, probably a science reason would be better. difficulty 1. So you generate a momentum. The answer is yes. There is at least 2 in that hangar. It's big.
Okay, cool. That catches her eye, of course. So yeah, she's gonna head over to that hangar and kind of guide the other people with her, trying to make sure that they sort of sneak, try to be like a little cautious with each turn down a new corridor.
Yeah, as you get into the main corridor with the cargo crew, you hear a klaxon begin to sound as someone has raised the general alert. Switching over to the scene of Del, Yero, and Legasov. You are hustling across the way here. And you get to this outer door, and what do? You haven't met any resistance yet as you get to what you think is the place.
Well, as we all know, resistance is futile.
Is the door locked?
Would you like to check? It would just open if you got close to it.
Yero looks to Legasov, looks to Del, and says, "Are the both of you ready?"
Well, like they did back in the day, it's time to kick open those saloon doors, I imagine.
Do you have an extra phaser, just in case?
She's got the disruptor, I think, that you gave to her, right?
Yeah, he's asking Legasov.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because he picked up, because I imagine they, if I remember this.
Del knows the answer. He's just being polite.
Yeah. I imagine the Bopsy triplets all had disruptors, right? Is that what was said? So there was 3 disruptors floating around. He'd pick one up and hide his prison pocket phaser.
Oof.
Where
Yeah,
do
can I
you
get your
hide it?
stinky phaser?
Where do you hide it? No.
Oh, he already hit it and I already swear. There's no shame in his game.
It's somewhat cozy. This
Cozy
is very
den.
uncomfortable. In a very
Yeah, I grabbed the phaser
uncomfortable
because I can put it on stun, and that's okay for Del.
spot. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Disruptors he wouldn't want to use.
I'm gonna look at one real quick.
Oh, man. Looking at the rule.
Yeah, he's looking for what is the maximum of enemies I can put in a room of this size.
No, retain the initiative is what I'm looking at.
Can phasers fit up the buttocks?
Yeah.
It's just a phaser, Mom.
No.
You better not
clean
turn
it,
that
Mom.
on.
Why, it's on stun right now.
Gonna have to take you to the ER.
The ultimate rear defense.
Yep.
You guys are crazy.
Yep.
Okay. I would like you to make me a security insight roll.
Like a perception check in other games.
Exactly.
Nice.
Ooh.
Can we all do
Yeah,
that?
everybody
Who
can
do you
it,
want
that's
to roll
fine.
that?
Difficulty 1.
What am I doing?
Perception. Oh wait, what?
Insight. Security insight.
Or you can just have one person do it, and you could give them 3 extra dice, so they'd be rolling 5 dice instead of 1.
I mean, I'm pretty good at security insight.
Yeah, Del backs you up. You get a die from Del.
All right.
Yeah,
That way we're not all rolling.
Since you chose to come along as a bodyguard,
Yeah.
Dell absolutely is your, he
Oh.
helps you.
So is it 3d20 or 40-20?
You get a die from each person you're assisting, technically.
Well, it's 2, 3. That's 4, isn't it?
Let him count
No,
Atkins.
well, you
It's
start
fine.
with 2d20, and then they had 1.
Plus 2 is 4.
What?
Spirit
No.
of Atkins is with
Oh
us.
crap! I'm sorry. I was just counting the tokens. 40,
She's
40,
force
20,
projecting.
yeah.
Do I have a focus in this? Like, what am I? Is it just like looking around?
Let me
Of course.
look. I would
you had
say
paranoia as a
Endurance,
focus.
hand-to-hand, hand phaser, interrogation, composure, smell crap.
Go ahead.
Bless you. Thank you, GM. What's the task
The
diff?
task difficulty is 2.
Thank you. Yeah, get that momentum.
So as you
Yeah, boy.
open the door,
Uh-oh.
you see that there's several Romulans crouched behind a thing, basically a desk.
desk.
Yes, thank you.
Makeshift blockage or barricade.
Yeah,
makeshift,
Yero will
whatever it's called.
point, she won't say anything, but she'll point out, like however many hold up the number of fingers, like 3, 4, and then point towards where they're hiding.
Mm.
And then she'll raise the disruptor. Is there anything like explosive nearby them?
No, there ain't. No grenade.
Cloaking device.
You don't see anything that looks like a cloaking device. You don't see anything that was described by Atkins at all.
Oh no!
Yeah, Commander Shen is using it. That's what.
Is it
Well,
that
shit.
obvious? Yeah, not really. You don't think there's anything.
No, it's not obvious.
Okay, well I would like to roll up on these
Yeah, you could do
hiding
that.
Romulans and
Yeah, you
blast
could do
them.
that.
Alright.
I just was
Um,
putting, Shen isn't there, the device isn't there.
I think she'll. You know what? I'm gonna fist him. I'm not gonna shoot him. I'm gonna run up and punch him.
Hadouken!
Okay.
It's time for fisting.
Maybe storytelling-wise, we sort of give we just shoot in the general direction as she runs in.
Yeah, I love that. Cover
Yeah, sure.
fire.
Exactly.
Cover fire as she sprints in. and
One of
just
them will try to defend.
Yeah.
You said resistance futile. Don't do it.
Hit.
No
Yes,
wall,
momentum.
nothing. He's got
Yeah.
nothing.
She runs over and then she even though she's injured, it's all the adrenaline, so she ignores her wounds, uses she's holding the disruptor pistol in her left hand, but she also uses that left hand to kind of pole vault off this desk and just bring her fist down on this guy.
Damage.
Yeah. Oh, that's shit. I'm gonna use momentum
Yep,
to roll this.
that's just
re-roll
one
this
of
black
the
die.
ones that you generated, so you have one left after that. So, yep. Okay, so you're at 6, and that's vicious, so you're at 9. So that knocks that guy out right there.
Yeah, she pole vaults over this thing and just smashes down the guy with her fist. As there's just cover fire from a Slav and Dell coming in behind her, so it's all lights and shit and pew pew, everything's exploding. It's great.
And
Nice.
then I'll add that extra momentum to the pool. Who would like to go next?
Go ahead, Dell.
Yeah, I shoot someone. I'm very observant because Dell maybe had that idea. Is there any sort of, as I look into the room where Dell has beat up that guy, any sort of air distortion? Any bad cloaking? Any movement of?
You can spend a
any
turn trying to look around, and it would be
Oh, so it's not immediate. The cloak is good.
Oh yeah, you don't see anything. Mm-mm.
Okay. In that case, I shoot the other person, obviously, because they are a threat to us. They are the obvious threat to us. Attack phasers, 2d20. That's not a focus. Go ahead, see what I can do.
That would be a miss.
1 out of
Yeah.
2. Well, that happens. It's cover fire.
You hit the desk in front of it. It kind of sparks.
As a minor action, can I do anything
You
to...
could have aimed, so actually you can re-roll that d20. Yeah.
Cool.
Mhm.
Cool. Reroll d20.
So
1.
you need to get
Roll
a
low.
12.
That's a 2 or an 18?
That
It's
is a fail.
an 18.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Bummer.
All right, Legasov, you're up.
Well, being that he's the only target that anybody can see at the moment, and not realizing that the other maybe there was somebody that took off with the device, he's gonna go ahead and back Dell up and keep that Romulan under suppressive fire, if anything, with his newly found disruptor.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll aim, of course.
Okay. Go ahead and reroll that 0 at 20. Okay, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Okay. Yeah, that's all right.
4 damage, yeah, it counts it
Yep,
correctly.
that's all. Well, it's actually not, because now we have to. It's actually 7 damage because he has vicious, because he's using a disruptor pistol.
Oh, that's
So,
right. 7.
yeah,
Wow,
that smokes
ouch.
the guy. How does that look?
As he comes in and he sees his chosen prey fall down, he's gonna stop and take a combat stance, and kind of scout around the room.
Yeah, you hear Dell, like, from their side sort of whispering, Shen's probably cloaked somewhere in there. As he, like, you see him, like, wave frantically his phaser, little phaser, his pocket phaser,
Remote control.
into the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you say that, she is cloaked, like you have suspected, and the mechanical thing is you will be unable to avoid an injury if you are hit.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
That is the thing with her being cloaked. So I need to restore your stress, though. So you should be a 6.
But she still would need
Yeah,
to hit,
she still
right?
needs to
She has
hit you,
come-
yes,
okay.
of course.
So damage just doesn't matter as much. You get an injury anyway.
Yeah, if she hits you for 5, if she hits you and hits you for 5, she's going to shoot at Lex, that's Simi here. Tech phaser. I'm going to...
But at least we see where the bolt is coming from, or the
yeah,
beam,
you will.
so we can do some reactive fire.
She's going to spend 1 threat for 3d20.
Also, yes,
She aimed,
yes.
So let's see if she can.
No,
let's see if she
no.
can redo the complication. Let's do this one.
No, she can't.
She
Also
needs.
say no.
Whoops.
Under a 13?
Or a 13.
No, a 13 or yeah.
Miss. Yes.
Oh
So,
my god, yes.
So it looks like out of nowhere, you see this cloak just like come down and her shoot, and Sim, it just you feel it like singe your hair and just strike the wall behind you, and there's a huge burn hole, and she is actually visible for one of your turns. Whoever would like to go.
Yeah. Star Trek cloaks is fortunately that way, yeah.
Who wants to go?
I mean, don't you want to just knock her the shit out?
I mean, if you want me to, I will. I don't want to take...
I will not take your combat thunder.
All right, I'm gonna go in and punch. I would like to spend
Yeah, 5.
3 momentum
Yep, for 2 dice.
so I can get 4 dice. Yeah.
You care about another one if I assisted you? Oh, I would have to do that before probably your turn.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine.
More cover fire. Pew pew pew.
Exactly, right?
That's a hit with a complication.
That's
Go ahead and just roll
Yeah.
damage.
Okay.
was her minor action to
that's
run up.
terrible. That doesn't knock her out. Oh yeah,
But
Yeah.
she has to
Oh
defend,
yeah, she
doesn't
does.
she?
You're right.
Because I'm
Yeah.
punching.
So let's see what she does. I'm gonna actually.
I want to see if I do it with
So I have.
momentum.
Hold on. Okay, so I spent 1 momentum last time, so I'm at 6. I'm gonna spend 3 more momentum for 2 dice. So I'm at 3 threat. Okay, for 4 dice for unarmed.
Yep.
Wow.
It's
The
robbed.
complication, I'm gonna take
miss.
a threat back.
Okay.
Yeah, so you swing, and just as you swing, she must reactivate it, and you miss because you can't see her all of a sudden.
Oh, we don't
No,
all
I
get
said
to
one
shoot her?
turn.
Yeah, that's why I was
Oh, not
like,
a
does
round,
anybody
a
else want to
turn.
do it?
Got it.
Yep.
Start
Yeah, so she
dancing around.
runs into punch, and she immediately cloaks, and unfortunately Yero just hits air.
I guess that's the difference, right? If you shoot, they don't get to roll at all.
Mhm.
Nigasov's gonna start doing flips around the room again.
You
Waiting for
can
a shot.
you can shoot.
No, I tell him.
Yeah,
him.
you could.
I tell him I would love for Del not to shoot, but to set up Lagasov perhaps to
You
shoot
could
where she
give
could
him
be.
an extra die. I think that's fair. And you can shoot in the vicinity, but I'm going to increase the difficulty by 1. So you're shooting at 3 difficulty.
Ooh, I'll take it. We have momentum
You have
too,
2.
right?
And you're going to get
I will
3
use
dice automatically. So if you want another die, that's just 1. So you could have 4 dice on this for 1 momentum.
Take it.
Storytelling wise, Del, so because we know where she was, and we know where Yero is,
Yep.
right? So then Del will choose either left or right, and fire for like a second, right? A continuous beam with the phaser that she would have to walk through, so she obviously wouldn't. And so storytelling wise, then yells at Legasov and says, "She must be on the other side of this beam." And so that's his extra die, because he's, does that make any
Yeah.
sense?
It does. And Nagasov was roger that, and then he'll just shoot.
Okay, so
yeah.
that hits to momentum.
Fuck yeah.
Don't roll damage yet.
It's not a phaser,
Yeah.
by the way. You
Yeah,
shot with a
that's why
disruptor.
I'm going to tell you. Let me see what that is. Disruptor is 3, and then the phaser is. It's the same. It's the same damage, but just different qualities. So go ahead, because you have a Type 2 phaser, I think.
All right.
All right. So that's 9 right there. You generated 2 momentum. You could re-roll those black dice if you want.
That out of character, should I? I mean, is there
Well,
like
here's
a,
the thing.
Like
I could.
amount?
So, system-wise, I could avoid an injury. But if you hit her above her total stress, then I can't do it because she's going to take 2 injuries. She'd take over 5, and her stress is exhausted. So,
Okay. We'll go ahead and do that then.
How much stress does a normal character have?
10 to
Are
15.
we talking 20
10
or
to
are we talking
15,
10? Oh,
Usually.
10 to 15. Huh.
I mean, you have
So
have
if
8,
he adds-
for instance.
Plus
but
the
those
vicious.
2 could go to maybe 10.
Is that 7 including the vicious?
No, it's 9,
Disruptor?
including vicious.
Oh, okay.
So you
okay.
can actually
Oh.
use. So you have 2 momentum, so you can do it 2 ways. You can re-roll those 2 black die, or you can just give it 2 damage. It depends on what you think is more useful.
Could I suggest for 2 momentum you can also take a second action that turn, which is a second
Yeah,
shot.
but it'll be
Difficulty 3.
it would be, well, it's usually 1 increased difficulty because this. Oh, actually, you only got 1 momentum because this was a difficulty 3 shot because she was cloaked. So you only got 1 momentum to play with.
Okay.
So I guess re-roll that
Well,
one
you get
dice,
to re-roll
right?
both, so you can re-roll 2 challenge dice
Oh.
for 1 momentum.
Good luck.
I mean, I don't know. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just pour
'Cause
in the
I
damage.
mean, you could do
Fuck yeah.
another effect, and that would be 2, and yeah, and you do. So that's 10, 12 damage. Describe how you hit her, and she disappears from the disruptor blast, but the cloak falls to the ground.
Oh, shit.
So after Dell shoots out the beam, after seeing Yero take her swing and miss, we knew she had to move one way or the other. So when Dell put out the beam and said she was on the left, he just he didn't know where he was aiming at. It's more of a lucky shot, but he felt it was the right location, and he just let go of it, let a blast go. And then when he sees it hit her and then her disappear, he kind of like in the back of his mind, he's like, whew, and the machine's still intact, so he has a big old smile on his face.
There's no one else here.
Yeah, Yero looks to the other two, and she looks to Dell and says,
He looks very
Right.
unhappy. He's quite unhappy, but he's, he
Mhm.
as you say the first things, it sort of like shocks him back into action.
Yeah,
Whatever
she
you
says-
say, he just like wakes up, sort of.
She says, all right, get the information.
Yes, of course.
Good job,
walks-
both of you.
Legasov will go over, of course, and secure the machine.
Yeah, that's outstanding.
Oh, and we've got people knocked out.
Mhm.
So,
That's
yeah,
a tertiary mission.
yeah, tertiary mission. So I'm definitely taking at least one or two of these guys, since
Yep.
Shen is dead. So we'll take some knocked out guys, drag them.
Okay.
Any chance there's a transporter here we could just
There's
use
not
to
a
transport them?
transporter in this room. However, you do find there, as you're accessing the computers and downloading all the data on this thing that you can find, you can look at the schematics, and there is a transporter room not close or not too far away, so you could travel there and then transport into the hangar. Yes.
Sorry, I was hoping there might be transporter controls here, so I could transport. You understand what I'm saying? We don't have to go to the transporter.
Sure, that's fine. There.
Depends on if this is the nerve center or not.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a lab area, but
okay,
I think
okay.
narratively it's fine. So you're not running around. It doesn't matter really in the end.
Dragging
Yeah.
people. Yeah.
Or you do some trick stuff and get it to
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll get to the ship before Atkins.
Yeah, we're
We're like, where have you
gonna
been?
switch over there finally. Give me 1 second. Bear with me on the graphics on this one. Two seconds. Do I have that other token somewhere? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe yes. Okay. Atkins, you come in with the prisoners. You see a Romulan warbird sitting there, and the other thing that didn't. And then the shuttle that you came in on, the USS Pluto. You see guards by the Romulan warbird. You don't really know, but a Romulan warbird is. This is a massive hangar. Okay, so it's like a factor of scale. This is like 1% of it. But a Romulan warbird, it is actually kind of connected via a external ramp area. It's not actually sitting in a hangar. It's like kind of like if you see like a Star Trek starbase where the actual docked is a better word. It's docked. Now your shuttle is actually sitting in the hangar. You know that a Romulan warbird probably has multiple thousands of crew. And that probably commandeering one is impossible. But your shuttle is sitting there.
Atkins is very disappointed, figuring out that that warbird is probably manned instead of just sitting there. So she'll lead them to the shuttle.
How are you going to get there?
Rinky-dink
If you go down into the main hangar, there are guards there, and there are the general alert. You see, basically, the lights are flashing. There is this catwalk here. You could possibly sneak through, or you could try something else. your imagination is key here and what you might want to do. But walking just straight there is unlikely to succeed.
Yeah. So they're really not doing anything. They're just kind of standing around with the alert going.
They seem to be running around the station, not knowing that this is a focal point for anything really. So they aren't focused in this area, but.
Okay. So what Atkins would be doing then is focusing more on stealth. Since she's the only one armed, she's not looking to get involved in any sort of fisticuffs. So she's gonna focus on making sure that everybody is as quiet as possible, and try to approach the shuttle while finding pockets in the chaos to kind of move and when best to go.
Go ahead and give me a security control roll.
Use momentum if you need it.
Pull over the momentum pool. I think you got some. You got one.
I will use the one.
Okay, so you're gonna roll 3d10 or 3d20. I mean.
What's the
Security control.
What's the task difficulty?
You just put in 1 because it's going to be opposed. So 3. Okay. So one of the guards is going to roll security insight. 2d20. Oh, they do not see you, and they do not see you so hard that you are able to get all the way up to the ship. They have not given it any sort of attention whatsoever. So you and your 4 amigos get right there to the there's kind of like a ramp that goes up in the back for where the cargo is pulled in, and you could enter the ship if you so wish.
Hell yeah, we're gonna enter that ship.
You are able to get them up into the ship, and as you do so, standing there kind of right in front of you is one of the... You recognize him as one of the people who took you hostage, and he turns around kind of surprised. You just face off just suddenly. What would you like to do?
Wave with my little fingers, like... and then shoot.
So go ahead and give me a just a phaser attack. So go ahead and I would assume you're aiming. So go ahead and give one d20 roll there. Reroll that d20. You need to get an
Okay.
11 or higher. Yep, and you do. Oh, I mean, it's lower, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
How dare you?
And so you miss. This guy turns on you. You kind of shoot over his shoulder. He turns, and he's going to return fire real quick. Actually, he punches you. He's kind of surprised.
oh, he's that close. Jesus,
Yeah, you're
I
kind of...
missed.
Well, he steps forward and... kind of, it's like kind of at the same time he takes you by surprise. Kind of, you don't expect him to be there. You kind of pull up your disruptor pistol and shoot, and at the same time he kind of sidesteps and steps in and tries to punch you. So he's going to do that. Now go ahead and give me an unarmed roll at 2d20. So click,
like
yeah.
an
So
attack
click
roll?
on your token. It says attack unarmed. Just click that. Yeah, he does hit you for 3 damage. So he punches you kind of in the face there, and you stagger back. But it is your turn again.
I'm gonna shoot
Okay.
again.
Okay, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Oh, that's 8 damage. How does it look as you just waste this guy after being punched in the face?
Well, he punches her, her head goes back, and there's a moment where she kind of just gets a little starry-eyed and a little out of place, and then just whips the phaser out again, and pew! Then he falls back.
Yeah, he just goes flying back. Like of course there's a table behind him, and he just kind of flips over it as he's shot. And then you hear this sound, and you're a bit concerned as you turn around thinking that Romulans might be behind you, but then you see Yero, Legasov, and Del appear right at the edge of the ramp.
About time.
Yero says, "I'm sorry we kept you waiting." And she's got one of the Romulans kind of in her arms. And she says, "All objectives complete. Let's get out of here quickly."
Yeah, Del looks almost a little amused and goes like, "Oh, that worked! Cool!" And you kind of
Good
get the
job.
sense that he might have played a bit more confident with his beaming than he actually was.
Whoop!
Legasov raised an eyebrow to that, saying,
Same was him.
I didn't hear what you said.
You cut out. What'd you say?
I said Legasov would raise his eyebrow, like, what do you mean that worked?
Well, we're here. Let's leave.
Yeah. And we probably should radio ahead, that way we don't get followed.
Yes, we'll let them know the location of where we are.
Yeah, Del runs in and starts firing up the computers and calculating an escape vector at high warp.
Yeah.
Atkins is assisting in that.
High
endeavor.
warp 5.
Is there any any indication that there are more ships than just this one? The Warbird?
Not that you can see.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, is there any way to waylay them? I don't know.
I don't think so. Well, I mean, okay, so
Yeah.
you take off in the ship, and you're flying. You do notice after a few moments, you go to warp as soon as you can. You're only going warp 5, so it's not ideal. And you realize that they are now chasing you. I would like you to give me a con daring roll, Del, and somebody can assist them if they have at least one rank of con, which I'm sure someone is.
Is this technically a small craft?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll assist.
I think he has helm operations anyway, so I don't think anybody's focused.
Yeah,
I have
he's
the helm
much better
operations
than-
focus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Yero will definitely assist in this. She's security officer, so she'll kind of be directing where, they might be aiming or something like that. Evasion pattern, delta.
Yeah, so that gives me a third die.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. When do I use determination? Before or after the roll?
You can either. I think determination's before. Yeah.
Is this the escape roll, or are we?
Are you? Yeah.
no.
Well, it is. Yes, it would be. Mm-hmm.
Then I'll use my determination to get a guaranteed
What
success
value
and a
were
d20.
you pulling from?
I think it's funny that I actually have a value that's called to boldly go and no one has gone before.
Yes.
I mean, that's one of them. The other one is protect your
I
own.
think protect your own is more. Yeah.
No, I
but
know. It's just like he's
yes,
going
yeah.
somewhere. He's like, I'm going. All right, that pushes it to 40-20. I think.
Well, determination is just automatic 1. So
I
basically
see,
you
I
get
see.
2
So it stays
successes from
3d20,
that
but-
automatically. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Focus, yes. Submit. Difficulty.
Just put 1 because it's going to be opposed.
Got it.
Okay, so
I
that's
think
5.
many.
That's 5 successes. He's gonna roll. I'm gonna use 3 threat. No,
To add 2
yeah,
more.
So I'm gonna
Yeah,
roll 4.
Of course.
He's rolling con and daring as well, and we will see how it goes. Focus, yes. You have 5 successes. And I have 5 successes. So you are unable to shake them, and they are going to shoot. I'm just going to make it pretty simple, and I'm just going to do a 5. I'm going to say you have 20 stress on this thing, just to make it easy, and I'm going to say they're just whatever they're shooting has probably vicious 1, just like their whatever's. Okay, so they hit for 6. So we're at. So yeah, the thing just like rocks as it smashes against you. I'll just use you as a marker. And what are you guys doing as this warbird is now like shooting
Del
you
yells.
from behind?
Del, while we were trying to get away, Del yelled, "Try and put the cloaking thing, just put it on the ship or something." He's spitballing.
She looks to Atkins, or Yero looks to Atkins and says, "Do you think that you could manufacture the cloaking device to cover the entire ship?"
Woo! Well, I can certainly try.
All right.
I'll hand over the cloaking device to Atkins.
You got this,
Engineering
Atkins.
Dairy difficulty 3.
You fucking got this.
You have no momentum. So
I know, I believe in Atkins, though.
you can use your do you have a determination that would be valid for this? I have values.
Value?
Everything matters. Gonna be thorough, meticulous, over quick and sloppy. Put yourself out there and volunteer where you can. Working together is better working alone.
Wait, is that... Did you say something about quick and sloppy?
Yeah, over quick and sloppy.
Yee!
Uh,
I mean, we might break the thing, but... Throw it together.
it's a reach, but okay.
Hey!
So you have two successes.
It could also.
No, go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead. Yeah. I was just wondering, maybe it's one of the values
Yeah,
get
how do you
challenged, and it's the other way
yeah,
around.
how about challenging quick and sloppy, or to be meticulous over quick and sloppy. You gotta do this fast.
So what does
It's
that
basically
do?
there's 2 ways you can use your determination. Either it has to go with one of your values, or you have to be able to challenge one of your values. And role-playing wise, if you challenge one of your values, you strike it out and you give yourself a new value. But either way, mechanically it works the same, that you get 2 you'll get 2 successes automatically. Yeah.
All right, well then I'll do that, because that's definitely, if she's having to be fast.
Yeah.
She's usually a methodical person. This is definitely testing that. So
It's a character growth moment if you survive.
yeah. All right,
2d10, you need
she-
1 success, basically. Engineering daring.
Daring.
Any focus apply for her?
Ooh, I doubt it. No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Computers?
Jury rigging? I don't know.
Dang it.
It doesn't matter anyway, really, for focus. She would
If-
get double.
Fingers crossed.
This is a tactical difficulty of 3,
Just
right?
put it at. It doesn't matter. Just put it at 1, because you already have 2.
Okay.
You just need that, and you got it. So how does it work as you're able to actually cloak this small freighter, at least momentarily?
It seems like in the moment she's not really thinking as much as she used to, like with all of her nerves. So she's really like just focused on the task, and she's going through all the little parts and pieces of what comprises the cloaking device, and she manages to just hook it in, make it press a few buttons, and suddenly it just the cloaking device just covers the the entirety of the shuttle.
And as soon as you do that, there's some fire coming from the warbird, but it's kind of like spread all around, missing as they don't know where you are. And Dell, you basically push the ship to go faster by a little bit, and with them not knowing exactly where you are able to fly free of or fly away from them, and you realize where you are. You're well inside Romulan space, and you finally cut through the neutral zone, and then back towards where you were before. And I'll let you guys role play a little bit before we end it.
Yeah, as Dell is sort of typing on the console, right, making slight adjustments and pulling, trying to get through some phenomenon like nebula and stuff on the way out. He sort of chuckles for a moment and then looks back at Yero and says, for a moment I thought you'd leave me there and I'd die.
And she kind of looks to Dell, and she cocks an eyebrow and she says, "Do you really think I would leave here?"
You're about to walk away with, the rescuer people.
I wanted to make sure everyone was all right. I do not mean... It was not anything personal. I just wanted to make sure everyone got out alive.
Yep. And you did it.
We did it.
Yeah, we did.
We
Now
did
listen.
it great.
He's like,
That's
now
point.
listen to this, and he reads like, when the evening Petarch sets sun over Romulus, the golden sky falls down on the heathens of, and then he has that stupid tablet out, the data pad that he stole from the other guy with the terrible poetry on it.
And she looks to Lieutenant Dell. It's very seriously, and she says, "Lieutenant Dell, my orders for you right now are to continue reading this terrible poetry, and please do not stop until you are done. I am highly amused."
Of course.
She smiles.
Yep. And then he keeps doing that.
What do the rest of you do as you fly to freedom?
Atkins at some point shoots up from her seat, finally just registering what she did. It just a moment of oh, I did that, and she punches the air in like a victory dance, and then just kind of quietly goes, "Yes,"
Yes.
and very proud of herself.
I think Yero looks over to the ensign and says, "Ensign Atkins, of course all of this is going into my report afterwards. I will see if... I will discuss with the captain. Your actions have been exemplary this mission. And without you, I do not know if we could have escaped. I mean, without all of us, really, but we all played a extraordinarily important part in this mission, the saving of those people, and hopefully in just getting rid of the technology, or at least stalling them for a while. We should be very happy with ourselves."
I am, ma'am.
Good. And I do hope that after this we get some shore leave, because I am in dire need of visiting 10 Forward.
Legasov, what's your final thoughts?
Legasov, after handing the device over to the ensign and not taking his eyes off it, really, knowing how big this is, when they cloak, he'll smile, and as the ensign celebrates, you know, and kind of seeing the conversation that the lieutenant had with the ensign, and when that's finished, I guess I'll say, now, do you think you could put it back together?
As you say that, actually, you hear kind of like one of those noises as you clearly come out of cloak, and Ensign, when you look at the device, it actually dims, and as you come out of cloak, there's a Galaxy class Federation starship that flies by, because I'm guessing you had sent comms, ahead of yourself.
Yes.
And two of them
Yeah.
kind of pull beside you, and you hear over the communications, "This is Admiral Hevik. I hear you are successful. We will tow you back to
Admiral
Starbase
Hevik.
23. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, she says, Admiral Vic, this is Lieutenant Yero reporting that our mission was a success.
Good. And with that, one of the ships locks on their tractor beam to you and pulls you back to Starbase 23 with a potential changing piece of technology based on Klingon tech. So maybe that's bad, maybe that's good, maybe it doesn't work, who knows. And that is it for this small mini series of Star Trek Up and Away. We will be doing occasional missions, and so I will see you when we do. And that's it.
Yay! We did it!
Cue the Star Trek fanfare.
Oh yeah.
For like half a moment, I was gonna do the Star Wars one.
Oh.
Yay! We did it.
Nice, good job, everyone.
Mhm. Good job, good job. We worked together. We did a great job. I was very nervous. I didn't know what to do. This is fantastic.
Yeah,
Thanks,
only had to
Ted.
murder one person.
Only one person,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
one
Could have
person
been more.
got disintegrated. Happens.
Yeah, that sucked.
Yep. It's okay.
Well, I hope you
Well,
enjoyed
thank
it.
you, Ted.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun, and I mean, it ended up running better. I thought our chances weren't that good.
Yeah, holy shit.
Well, they weren't until you decided to put that phaser in the prison pocket for me.
well, you spent your determination for it, so.
Yeah.
I did, but I wouldn't even had the idea of Del.
It was Del, yeah.
Yeah, Del was old. Didn't even think about it. It's
So if we knew that we're getting picked up by someone, put in prison,
Yeah,
you probably
especially
try
him, right?
bring pickpocketing gear or weapons or anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
a lot of sense.
Yeah, you can't get stuff unless you ask. This is Star Trek. I mean,
Right.
this is not some gritty fantasy or gritty, historical thing. This is Trek.
You don't die of diarrhea in
That's
Star
right.
Trek.
It's not Oregon
Yep.
Trail, man.
We're too cool.
No.